I've got 6:30. Lita, are you guys ready to go there?
Yes, I'll start webinar right now.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, welcome everyone to the January 11th, 2022 City Council study session. We are meeting remotely again, pursuant to the Governor's Emergency Proclamation 20-28. I am going to skip reading what's already published on the agenda, as we were given information today that we do not have to read it orally since it is published in the packet. So, Madam City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Christy Malchow. Deputy Mayor Callie Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Karen Moran.
Present.
Councilmember Ken Gamblin.
Present.
Councilmember Karen Howe.
Here.
Councilmember Amy Lamb.
Here.
Councilmember Kent Treen.
Present.
Great, Madam City Clerk, we do have a quorum. Councilmember Gamblin, as this is your last meeting, I would be honored if you would do the Pledge of Allegiance for us, please.
Sure thing. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. This is where I would entertain a motion for approval of the agenda and might also entertain a motion to add a moment for Councilmember Ken Gamblin, who is leaving us after this evening's meeting effective January 17th. Just need someone to move the agenda and add that if they're
I'll move that we approve the agenda as is and that we allow Councilmember Gamblin an opportunity to speak.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it by a vote of 7-0. Okay, how about we add that moment in for Councilmember Gamblin just right off the top? I think that's an appropriate position since that's what we've kind of done here. Councilmember Gamblin, did you want to speak, or any council members if you would like to speak?
I'm sure. I'd just like to say thank you to the residents of Sammamish for having me. Thank my fellow council members for wonderful counsel, wonderful friendships. Want to thank the staff for being consummate professionals. It was a constant joy, and I was quite impressed with the quality and the level of professionalism and knowledge base that the staff shows. And to the committees that I was on, it was great working with the different folks in the different committees. You know, when I was elected, I kind of wanted three things that I wanted to accomplish. I wanted to make a difference in the city. I wanted to enrich my life with the people that I already knew that were associated with the council. And I wanted to learn a little bit more about myself and the process and what I could take away from a rather intensive undertaking in working with the council. And I think I accomplished all three of those things due to the wonderful people that I got to associate with. So thank you all very much. Appreciated working with you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gamblin. I do want to afford council members an opportunity to speak if they would like to. So
Good.
Councilmember Treen, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I was going to say, Ken, thanks for your service and all the good things we got to experience together. It was a lot of fun. Thank you.
And
I don't see any more hands raised, but I would certainly want to thank Councilmember Gamblin. You and I ran together 2 years ago, and so our overlap on council has been over the past 2 years. I appreciate your dedication and your study. I know you were well studied on the topics that we covered. And I think council as well as staff and the residents appreciate your dedication and time to the city. So thank you.
Thank you, Christy.
Okay, I don't see any more hands raised, so we will move to our next agenda item, which dovetails nicely into that because we are going to discuss the council member vacancy and the selection process. Mr. City Manager, are you speaking to that one, or you just want council to tackle it?
Thank you, Mayor. I just assumed the council handle that. We've got the item in the agenda, Bill, that outlines the process that we have used in the past, and the council is free to adopt that or modify it. So, Mayor, you've been through this. I'll just hand it back to you.
Great, thanks so much. I think for the general public, and I think our city clerk may have a graphic to put up just with a timeline for the public's edification.
Madam Mayor, I could give a brief outline if you'd like.
That'd be great, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Lita Hashi, City Clerk. On January 5th, Councilmember Gamblin submitted his resignation effective on January 17th, 2022. His term will expire on December 31st, 2023. It'll be up to Council to decide on the process to select a new City Council member. This will be a temporary appointment and does not take the place of filing for candidacy in May of 2023. Per state law, Council will have 90 days to make the appointment. In order to be eligible for the City Council seat, a person must be a registered voter at the time of the submitting his or her application and have been a resident of the city for at least 1 year. Tonight, we are looking for direction from the council for the desired process for filling the vacant seat. I will now turn it over to the mayor, and I will put up a slide.
Great. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Does council have any questions or any feedback on the timeline that is in our packet while she pulls it up for the general public? I do want to give her a moment just to get it up on the screen before we entertain a motion on approval of that.
Oops.
Councilmember Treen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the only other, I understand the process that we've been through in the past when Councilmember Jason Ritchie resigned. And I just wonder if we could save ourselves a lot of time by respecting the outcome of the election, and the races were so close, and we could just take one of the council members that received the highest amount of votes or the second highest amount of votes and just appoint them to the seat. To me, it seems it'd be respectful to the process of we the people selecting our representatives.
Councilmember Lamb.
I think that we should open it to the public. Give everybody the opportunity to apply should they want to.
Councilmember Howe.
I second exactly what Amy said. I support that.
I think hopefully the public is able to see this suggested timeline that we're looking at, and this does work well, assuming council can select a new council member by that February 15th date, as that would coincide to an appointment prior to the mini retreat that we have scheduled, I think about a week later. So that would allow onboarding of that new council member at the same time and allow for them to participate in that mini retreat, which I think would be ideal. So, and as far as Councilmember Treen's suggestion, I do appreciate it, but I do think we don't have any knowledge as to whether or not those candidates that ran for office want to self-select for council. I think we need to afford them that opportunity, certainly, but I do think we should extend the opportunity to everyone in the general public to raise their hand should they qualify for those residency requirements. If there are not any more comments, I would entertain a motion, at least on the timeline and the process to fill this vacancy.
I move that we adopt the existing timeline to fill the existing vacancy.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Trine.
Yeah, so I just have a little challenge with the wording of the motion. So I wonder if we could have it restated, please, for clarification.
Councilmember Howe, I would leave that up to you since as the maker of the motion.
Well, I'm not quite sure where the clarification is necessary, but where I'm trying to get to is that we accept the suggested timeline and process to fill the council vacancy as stated here in this document.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, by a vote of 6-1, motion carries. So this will be our timeline and process. And Madam City Clerk, would you mind, just for the public's edification, stating how the general public will find this information? Will it be posted on our website? When will it be posted?
Now that we have an approved timeline, tomorrow I will work with Communications and put together an application form that can be submitted from the website or from different social media links that will be out there. And I believe the applications will be open as of Monday. So we'll get that up as soon as possible this week and get notifications on the application process and how to apply in that information.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to our next item. This is interviews. These are for our boards and commissions, our Arts, Beaver Lake Management District Advisory Board, Human Services Commission, Parks Commission, and our Planning Commission. I believe we are starting with the Arts Commission. Madam City Clerk, do you have interviewees queued up for us?
Yes, we do, and I will have Krista Kilsmeyer, Management Analyst for the City Clerk's Office, introduce that topic.
Well, thank you.
Good evening. We received applications for 5 boards and commissions. We have a total of 25 applicants, and 8 of them indicated a secondary committee they had applied for. I've heard from 3 that will not be available to interview tonight. So we're going to be going in alphabetical order with the Arts Commission, then Beaver Lake Management District Advisory Board, Human Services Commission, Parks and Rec, and Planning Commission. Each interviewee will have 5 minutes. At 5 minutes, they'll just be told to wrap it up. They will not be muted at 5 minutes. And one clarification for council was whether the council was going to be asking each individual question and who would be asking the questions. The questions were submitted to applicants before this meeting.
Great. Thank you, Krista. I think I would ask the council what their pleasure is on the questions. I think it's certainly appropriate to rotate through council members on those questions, unless the council feels differently. Councilmember Howe?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with you. It'd be kind of a good idea, I think, to rotate through. I'm not quite sure how you want to do it, though. So we could just bring the questions up and just each one ask the successive questions, or how would you like to do that?
I think I have you on an order on my screen, so I think that's easy. The deputy mayor is not the next one down on it. Oh, and actually it keeps moving with hands being raised. So I think if everyone puts their hands down, I'm not suggesting you put your hands down now, but when we're ready to ask the questions, we can just rotate through. And then one ask I would have of the clerk's office, just on management from screens here, is if they could maybe just fire off the questions to council so it's sitting right in the top of their inbox so they can access those. I know that I have a split screen going on plus another screen over here, and I still don't have questions up in front of me. Councilmember Treen.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking for ease, it'd be nice if you were just the one reading the questions and asking the questions as the chair. It just seems like it'd move a lot faster for us tonight. That's my thoughts on that. Thanks.
Councilmember Gamblin.
Yeah, I was actually going to say the same thing, with also the realization that if each of the applicants takes their 5 minutes, that's already 2 hours into the meeting just to listen to the applicants. So we may want to be aware that there's other things to accomplish this evening. So keep those questions to a minimum, but I'd be happy if the mayor or the deputy mayor wanted to switch off and ask those questions. I think it would make it quicker.
Okay, I'm seeing head nods. Lita, Krista, if one of you can at least email the council the question list so it's sitting top of inbox here, that will kind of facilitate as we pull that first person up.
Yes, I just resent the questions to the city council, and then I wanted to clarify that I will be giving a verbal 1 minute time for the interview, just to let people know there's only a minute left.
Sounds great.
And so each person, when it's their turn, will be promoted to a panelist and will be able to have audio capabilities. We'll be starting with the Arts Commission, and if you are going to interview for Arts Commission, if you could raise your hand. But our first person is Whitney Hawker. See if I can find, we have 34 attendees right now, so
I'm still waiting your email to come in. I saw it come in on this screen, but I got a split screen going on here. I needed to come over into my iPad. So.
Oh, she followed the directions. Okay. Okay, I'm going to promote Whitney.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Clark, if you have the question list, I'm going to ask that you ask that first question because I still don't have it in my inbox yet.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay. So when you're ready to begin, I'll start the clock. Thank you very much.
All right. Good evening, Whitney.
Can you hear me? Good evening.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, thank you so much. So first question, what makes you uniquely qualified for this role? What specific work-life experience will you bring to the Art Commission that sets you apart from other qualified applicants?
I am a piano teacher and mother that lives in Sammamish. I have worked in multiple music teacher associations, from university settings to community settings across the U.S. I have a graduate degree in piano, and I have also worked at universities where I ran festivals for the community and at international summer camps, bringing in multiple people from across different countries. So I feel like it would be really fun to see this community, how they love the arts, and bring out some more programs.
Great, thank you. Next question, why are you interested in serving on the City of Sammamish Arts Commission?
Probably because in the almost 4 years we've lived here, I haven't seen tons of music options going around, and I thought, why not try to do some and get involved myself? I did see they did children's like an art activity outreach recently, and I thought that was cool. So just want to encourage more.
Great, thank you. Approximately how often have you attended meetings for the Arts Commission?
I'm going to blame this on 3 busy kids, but this was like the first fall I started hearing about anything. So I'm really new.
No problem. All right, last question, I believe. What topics would you like to see the Art Commission work on during your tenure, if appointed?
I would love a performance venue. I know the library has that big room and there's an unused piano. I've actually emailed City Hall to try to understand when they use that grand piano, because it's a shame for me to see it sitting there. I would love local music teachers of all types to be able to host recitals maybe in the hours that the library is already open. I don't think it would be a big ask of them. It would be fun to see more local musicians come out and play. Also, there's a lot of students I know involved in my Music Teachers Association in Eastside that perform in Bellevue because we don't have anywhere to host it, but they go to Skyline. So it'd be fun for a place for them. I also know there's a local orchestra, and my kids in the last city we lived in, they did a community orchestra day where they played like Peter and the Wolf and all these amazing pieces, and had the children and their families come enjoy, the instruments, the artists, and visit with them afterwards. I would love those sorts of activities here too.
Great. Thank you so much, Whitney.
Thanks
I'm not
for
sure the
having me.
next process, if that's it,
Okay.
and then we'll pass it back.
Thank you.
Member Gamblin, did you have a question?
No, sorry, I'll take my head down.
No worries. Thank you, Whitney. We appreciate your time here this evening.
Okay, the next interviewee is Anne Hughes.
Hey, Christy, if that feedback is coming, can you ask them to turn their TVs off? That's where we're getting that feedback, is we were hearing the 10-second delay.
Thank you. Yeah, I heard something. I thought it was her kids in the background, actually. Anne, thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Just have a few questions for you so that the council can hear directly from you and not just read about you on paper. The first question, what makes you uniquely qualified for this role on the Arts Commission? And what specific work-life experiences will you bring to this commission that sets you apart from other qualified applicants?
Yeah, so I've been a resident of Sammamish since 2003, and I really love the community up here. I have been a program manager with Microsoft for 12 years, so I am really accustomed to driving projects and getting things done. And I think I'm also a very natural coalition builder. So I think I could bring those skills and that to the role on the Arts Council.
Great. Why are you interested in serving on the City of Sammamish Arts Commission?
Yeah, well, I'm an artist myself, and I'm very passionate about art. And I think now more than ever, the community needs ways to connect and to come together. As the child of a military father, I moved around a lot, and I see a lot of people come into Sammamish from other parts of the country and other parts of the world. And I think that bringing people together around art is a really wonderful thing. One of the things that when we would move to new military bases, the first thing I would do is sign up for an art class, because that was one way that I could meet other people who were like me, other children who were like me, and feel like I was part of a community. And I want to see what I can do to bring that same sort of culture community to Sammamish.
Great. Have you ever attended any of the Arts Commission's meetings? And if so, how often?
I have not. I actually did not even know that it existed, but I've had friends run for office, and I've just kind of sparked a new interest in community work and what it takes to be involved. So I was looking around the website and saw the application, and I thought, this sounds wonderful. So.
That's great. No, we appreciate volunteers very much. If you're appointed to the Arts Commission, what topics or works would you like to see the commission undertake during your tenure?
I think, public art installations, I think, are critical for people to feel grounded in their community. It supports local artists. So I think that that's one avenue that I'd like to look into. I think also bringing our community of artists together to brainstorm and see what sorts of things we can do in the community to, like I said earlier, to to build that sense of cohesion, to make people feel included and like they're part of Sammamish, and that they have some pride in the city and what they're doing, and they feel connected. So those are the things that I think I would be most passionate about bringing to the Arts Commission. So
that's great. Well, wonderful. That is all of the questions that we have for you this evening. We really appreciate your time that you've carved out to join us this evening. So thank you.
All right. Thanks very much.
And I just wanted to say you included a link to your artwork online, and I took a look, and I think your work is really nice.
Thank you. Thank you. I was just down in Portland today. I got some new supplies, so see what we'll do with them. They have good art stores down there. All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Anne.
Mm-hmm.
Deputy Mayor, I may let you take the next one. Maybe we can just ping back and forth on applicants.
Yeah, sounds good.
I will now promote our next applicant. Okay, applicant Kapoor.
Hey, hello.
Thank you.
Hello. Can you please pronounce your name? Your first name?
It's Shani Kapoor.
Shani Kapoor. Yeah, nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
May I say something? I have a small PowerPoint presentation, just pictures. I can show that right now. Otherwise, we can just answer the questions, but it kind of covers all the questions.
Deputy Mayor Clark, maybe we should ask the questions and carve out at the end for PowerPoint, maybe?
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, first question. What makes you uniquely qualified for this role? And what specific work-life experience will you bring to the Arts Commission that sets you apart from other qualified applicants, besides a PowerPoint?
Okay. I come with over 15 years experience, nonprofit, 15 years experience of working with the nonprofits across India, UK, and US in different multicultural environments. I am also a nurse, currently working with a middle school. And I recently finished certification in diversity and inclusivity. And having said that, art is the passion that brings all of my community service and my work together. Sorry, something was ringing somewhere. It brings all of my community experience and works together. And I feel I'm in a unique position, having traveled and worked with different people to understand diversity and bring it together with art.
Great. And why else would you be interested in serving on the Arts Commission?
I've worked on different issues ranging from domestic violence domestic violence to gender equality to health issues. And somehow over this years, I've realized that service is no more an option these days. It is our responsibility. It is every household's responsibility. And I have, in our household, we have all tried to be part of service in any way that we can contribute. And I feel like this is a really good option for me to continue doing that. We recently moved from Alabama. So this would be a really good opportunity to find and contribute my passion here.
Great, thank you. Have you attended any of the Arts Commission's meetings?
Like I said, we recently moved, so I haven't attended any, but I have been on the board of different nonprofits previously, and I have also collaborated with the city in the other places that we lived. So I am familiar with the processes and have always made time to attend meetings and take on responsibilities.
Great. All right, and last question. Hopefully you have your PowerPoint ready too. What topics would you like to see the Arts Commission work on during your tenure if you were appointed?
Oh, hold on. Yeah. So there are two things I want to focus on. And again, excuse me, I do not know if our city has worked on those before or not. But quickly, the two things that I'm passionate about is family engagement. And COVID has promoted this across. It's probably one of the positive parts of COVID that families have come together. So we need to take that forward. And so engagement of families in collaborative art project, engagement of communities in collaborative projects. That's one thing. And the other thing is art for social impact. And that's where the PowerPoint was coming, where I could show how in the past I have used art to make social impact. And again, I don't have to show the PowerPoint right now, but that was the reason I was trying to show that, but I guess everybody gets the point. So yes, but those two areas I think I'm extremely passionate about and I can see contributing.
Yeah, great, thank you. So I don't know if we have time or if it'd be
1 minute remaining.
Email us if that would be an option.
I will do that.
Cool. Thank you so much, Shawnee.
Thank you.
Okay, I do not see our fourth Arts Commission applicant. If you are in attendance, applicant Prasad, could you raise your hand? But I don't see you on the attendees list. Okay, I'm going to move on to the Beaver Lake Management District Advisory Board. The first applicant is Rebecca Adamson. I'm promoting that applicant now. Thank you.
Hi, I did it.
There we go.
Yay. Hi, thank you.
Hi, Rebecca. Thank you for joining us this evening. Council has just a handful of questions for you here this evening. What makes you uniquely qualified for this role, and what specific work-life experiences will you bring to this commission that will set you apart from the others that have applied?
So my husband and I moved here in 2000. We wanted some space to raise our family, which we got, and we love it here. I had a small business from 2012 to 2017. In 2014, we moved from the Pine Lake area over to Beaver Lake, and we bought an older home that needed a lot of work and had many issues. So we remodeled this place and have really tried to be good stewards of our property and as lake owners. And let's see, 2018 to 2021, I served on the parent board of the Skyline High School dance team with helping out with fundraising. I then took on treasurer and parent board president. And during that time, I also, from 2019 to 2021, served as the co-treasurer on the Skyline High School Booster Club, which was a big job. It was really fulfilling since our executive board took over from kind of a skeleton crew and there were some issues in the past. So I was really proud of the work that we did to kind of help out the Booster Club, bring trust back to the Booster Club, streamline our policies. And I spearheaded a couple of changes which were passed, which I think is going to help set up the executive board taking over in the future. Oh, also, so 2025 till now, I have swam in the lake from April to October. So I'm a big advocate for the quality of, Beaver Lake and Pine Lake as well. I also run and bike, so I've spent many hours on our roads, and I feel really deep connection to the area and the forest and the wildlife.
Great. Well, I hope you're wearing a wetsuit in April because
it's a thermal wetsuit. Yeah.
So why are you interested in serving on the Beaver Lake Management District Advisory Board?
Yeah, so I mean, as a swimmer and a lakeside resident, I'm very interested in water quality. I'm interested in the health of the wildlife, health of the forest, health of the area. And, you know, I see every day the comings and goings of, you know, the changes in the lake, changes in the wildlife. I'm just interested in doing what I can to maintain the health of the area.
Great. Have you ever, or and if so, how many of the meetings for the Beaver Lake Management District Board have you attended?
Yeah, I'm new like everyone else. I saw the advertisement in the mailer and I thought, wow, this is something I'm really interested in, something I could do. So yeah, it would be my first time.
Fair enough. What topics would you like to see the Beaver Lake Management District Advisory Board tackle during your time on that board?
Yeah, so I mean, definitely health of the lake. You know, sometimes when I swim, especially, you know, summertime in the fall, there's a little bit of a sheen where there's been maybe some oil or some gas or something like dripping. I don't know if it's from, you know, the motors on the boats or what, but that's something I'm not sure if the board can address that, but that's a big priority for me because that's obviously, this is not that big of a lake. The health of it is important. And
1 minute remaining.
Local wildlife, for sure, something I'm interested in.
Great. Well, Rebecca, that was all of the questions that we have. Certainly appreciate you carving out some time for us this evening to answer a few questions.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
I will now promote our second applicant.
Hello, how are you? Good. Can you please pronounce your name?
Yes, my name is very appropriate. It's Bassem, Bass like the fish, and
Okay.
M at the end. Bassem.
Okay, perfect. Bassem. Yeah, so nice to meet you. Yeah, so you're, I think, reapplying for your position?
That's correct. That's
Great,
correct.
cool. So what continues to make you uniquely qualified for this role, and what specific other experience will you bring to this board that sets you apart from other qualified applicants?
Okay, so I certainly am not unique, except in my mother's eye, but I do bring a lot of experience. So just a little bit of background about my personal and professional background. I have lived on the lake since 2011. I live on Beaver Lake 2, which is the big one. I was involved initially with the Beaver Lake Community Club. I served on their board. Through there, I got involved with management of the lily pads. And this sparked my interest in being a good curator of the lake itself. And then personally, I'm a physician, I'm a scientist, I'm a molecular biologist, so I have background in health and in science. So whenever things happen in the lake, I'm interested in why they happen and what's the impact on health of the people who use the lake to swim, to fish, and to enjoy it. I also have, as I said earlier, I served on the invasive lily pads. But also I volunteer also on the King County Lake Stewardship Program. So between May and October, I spend every other week, I go on the lake with another resident on the lake, and we sample water for bacteria, for temperature, for phosphate, etc. So I've been involved in the lake for quite a few years now. I'm very interested in it, and I would like to continue to do that. And I think I bring some institutional memory also for the board.
Cool. Yeah, so it kind of works perfectly for our next question, which is why are you interested in continuing to serve on the board?
Right. So that's one of the, one of the reasons, but also, I enjoy contributing to the community where I live. I mean, I have a lot of time. I told you I'm a physician, but I didn't tell you I'm almost retired. So I have a lot of time. I would like to contribute to the community where I live. And I enjoy working with the city staff, and I enjoy the fellowship of the board members that I've spent time with. So I do it for selfish reasons.
Yeah, and so the other question is how many meetings have you attended? So how long have you been on the board, or if you attended meetings before you were on?
Right. So no. So when I heard about the management district 5 years ago, I said, "Oh gosh, I should apply for that." So I applied to it, and then I've been serving on it since then. I went and looked back at the minute. As far as I can go on the city, it doesn't seem like I missed anything, but I would assume that I missed maybe one or two if you go beyond 2018. 2017, 2016, I may have missed one or two due to travel.
We will not mark you down. Yeah. All right. And the last question, what topics would you like to see the board work on during your tenure?
Yeah, so there are two issues we're tackling now, and I think they are important issues. One is we would like to put educational signage that are both historic and ecological to the people who use the lake. So we're thinking about the boat launch, about some areas around the lake, like Soaring Eagle Park, etc. To put interactive signage for users to educate them about the lake, the history of the lake, and also good stewardship of the lake. So we're researching that now, and we will be working hopefully with the Park and Recs to come up with appropriate verbiage. The second thing is we noticed that, especially with COVID,
1 minute remaining.
A lot of people have pets and dogs, and they walk around the lake. And there are no good pet disposal receptacles on East and West Beaver Lake. So we identified that as an issue, and we are in the process of researching it. And hopefully we will be able to come up with a solution that will work for everybody so that the watershed area doesn't just drain into the lake.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much, Bassem.
I will now promote our next applicant, Mr. Burdekin.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for joining us this evening. I think we've got you on mute, so you'll want to be sure to unmute yourself.
Good evening, everybody.
Wonderful. So we just have a handful of questions for you here this evening. I know you are reapplying for a position on this advisory board. So what qualifications do you bring to the board currently?
Well, currently, we moved here, our family moved here in 2010, and we had young kids at the time. And as Bassem just indicated, our family got involved with the Beaver Lake Management or the Beaver Lake Community Club. And that was when the lily pads were really starting to get super invasive on the lake. And so we got really involved in that and got the treatments going and stuff through the community club. Bassem, as you just heard, was already on the Beaver Lake Management District. And when there was an opening, he invited me to join because I was so passionate about the lake and keeping it clean and things. And so I've been a member of the Beaver Lake Management District for a number of years now. prior to moving to the area, I was a software executive at a number of startup companies in the Silicon Valley. And up here, I run a small consulting and recruiting business here on the lake.
Very good. So what continues to serve as your interest in serving on this advisory board for the city of Sammamish?
You know, a lot of people don't realize that, but this lake is been around here since the last ice age. So this lake is about 10,000 years old. And as you can imagine, in the last 100 years or so, with all the development going on, it's very important that we maintain the pristine nature of this lake. Now that my kids are grown, I want my grandkids to be able to enjoy the lake like my kids did and like I do every day in the summertime and in the wintertime. And I want to maintain that the nature and the beauty of the lake as we move forward as a city.
Wonderful. So as a current board member, have you missed any of the meetings since being appointed? And we're not marking you off for it. Life happens, but just
believe it or not, I think I've only missed 2 meetings in the entire time that I've been on the board.
And how long have you served? Sorry?
I believe it's about 4 years at this juncture. I've kind of lost track.
Wonderful. So what topics would you like to see the advisory board tackle in this next term if appointed?
Well, one of the things that's come up recently is we've really done a good job with the state ecological board and the city to get the lily pads under control, and we're really kind of beating them back at this point as an invasive species. There's another milfoil problem that is kind of rearing its head, and we want to make sure that it's not an invasive species, that's a natural species that should be in the lake. The other thing that we want to maintain is that we don't start getting any of the algae blooms at some of the other lakes that have a lot of activity in. Because I remember when we first moved here, it was very, very low activity on the lake. But in the last few years, the population on the lake in the summertime is astoundingly increased from when it was back in the early 2010 and so. And so we want to make sure that the pristine nature of the lake is maintained, and that we continue to monitor the lake for any types of pollution or invasive or human activity that can pollute the lake, E. coli and things of that nature.
Great. That is the conclusion of the questions we have. Very much appreciate your time this evening to answer questions for Council.
Thank you. Have a nice evening, everybody.
You as well. Thank you.
Our 4th applicant, Robin Earl, had contacted me earlier today to say she would be unavailable to interview tonight. So I will move on to our 5th applicant, Mr. Goner.
Hello, Dylan.
Hi, I'm Del Gaynor.
Yeah,
Go ahead. I'll let you, whoever's going to ask the questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Del. I'm Kaylee. Nice to meet you. So our first question is, what makes you uniquely qualified for this role, and what specific work or life experience will you bring to this board that sets you apart from other qualified candidates?
Well, I've served on this board for the last 5 years, and I joined with Vassam and John at the same time. So we've been serving together. The thing that brought it about was, as they've talked about, is the invasive plants that we were dealing with, and it was being tried to be solved by the Beaver Lake Community Club at the time. And the majority of the people on the lake wanted something done, but a few loud people said no. And the other unique part that I have is I live on Long Lake, which is the tail of Beaver Lake. So I'm not on the main lake itself. And one of the things that prompted me to get onto the board of the Beaver Lake Community Club and the Friends of Beaver Lake was the fact that I didn't think our lake was representative. It was represented. In other words, the large lake, everybody was involved in it, but nobody saw the stepchild, which was next door. And so that's what got me prompted into getting into the deal. I lived on the lake. I lived on this lake now for 16 years. There are only 5 houses or 5 homeowners on this lake, as opposed to about 100 on Beaver Lake Community Club, on Beaver Lake Community. So that's what basically prompted me to get into this, the idea of serving not only I had served on the boards of Friends and Beaver Lake Community Club, but it prompted me to step on to this, which is good because we've had, when it was reinstituted 5 years ago, one of the other thrusts that was brought in was not just lake water quality, but also invasive plants. And we have a number of invasive plants that are actually growing at this particular point, apart from the lilies. With irises is another issue that we have on our lake, and cattails. So it's eroding our lake quality. And so if you don't have somebody who's represented on this lake, it gets lost. Now, Ann Krause is going to be one of your other interviewees. She and I are neighbors, and we both have, in a sense, applied. And so I don't care whether she gets on or I get on, if it comes down to that choice. But I think our lake needs to be represented in terms of what's going on.
Very cool. Thank you. Sorry, I missed that you are a reapplicant. I did not look at the
That's okay, no problem.
So I guess, I've heard kind of like why you're interested in continuing to serving. Is there something that you're particularly proud of that you've accomplished during these last your term?
Yeah, I think over the last 5 years, we've accomplished quite a bit. We've taken on, the water quality was always the issue. Now it's the invasive plants that was added to it. And, the others have talked about the dog poop. I'm going to add another one, which is geese poop. Okay. They add about a pound a day for each goose that's around. And so on our lake, we have a lot of geese, and that's problematic. And it creates problems with pollution in terms of the lake. Basin talked about the education part. One of the things that we also tried to approach was the overflow of trash over on the boat launch. It seems like nobody wants to take responsibility as to who's supposed to pick it up or whatever, just because there's a cross fingers pointing. The other thing that we took on was possible septic issues. In other words, there's a lot of homes that are older that have septic tanks that are probably ready to fail and not sure.
1 minute remaining.
Inspected. So that's something that I'd like to see continue. And we met with the Sammamish Sewer and Water. I was quite disappointing. I didn't think they had a good view of future. And so I still feel like that's an issue that needs to be addressed.
All right, thank you. So with our last remaining, if there's anything else you would like to add on what else you would like to see during your tenure if you were reappointed?
Well, I think we want to continue what we're doing, and we haven't accomplished all that we've set out to do. We've got a good foothold in what we're doing. The other thing I think is an issue, and it's not something that we're going to solve in our group, but I think one of the things I see is split jurisdictions and split authorities is a real problem in our community. So you have everybody pointing fingers at everybody else, but nobody taking the responsibility for what's happening. I see this particularly in the city and Washington Fish and Game.
5 minutes.
So with the city and the sewer, it's kind of at a loggerhead, and I think somehow that's got to be resolved and have people who really look to the future of what's going to happen rather than just what's today.
Great. Yeah. Thank you so much, Del.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good one. See ya.
I will now promote the next applicant, Ann Cruz.
Good evening, Anne. Thank you for joining us We understand you're Dell's neighbor, so welcome.
Thank you.
So just a handful of questions for you here. And what makes you uniquely qualified for this role? And what specific work-life experiences will you bring to this board that sets you apart from the other qualified applicants?
Well, I'm really happy to be here this evening and to meet all of you. I bring a quarter of a century commitment to environmental quality, preservation, and restoration. Almost 25 years ago, I moved to the home I live in on Long Lake, or Beaver 3, next door to Dell, who moved in several years later. Early on, when I lived here, I volunteered as the lake monitor to conduct water quality sampling for the lake, and I did that until they stopped collecting samples on Long Lake. That started my education about lake water quality. I later became active in the Beaver Lake Community Club and Friends of Beaver Lake, including 2 stints on the board, and I'm on the board right now. In that role, I learned more about threats to water quality, and I was on the board the first time that we tackled the invasive water lilies, and I managed the relationship with the vendor at that time. Of course, eventually that responsibility was taken over by the management district. Being on the board has given me the experience of being aware of the interest and the concerns of my neighbors and other people in the Lake District. During this time, I've also been active in Wilderness Volunteers, which is a national organization, and worked on many restoration projects where we remove invasive species and replant and replace them with native species in national parks throughout the West, from the North Cascades to Canyonlands. Then in 2015, I retired, and I wanted to continue the sort of work I was doing with Wilderness Volunteers, but more locally. And fortunately, a couple years later, the city joined with Washington Native Plant Society to do a training program to allow people to become trained as master native plant stewards. And I joined that program. So that really increased my education and my experience and my awareness about the importance of managing invasive non-native plants and the way that they can create many harms to the environment, including to the lake system. I also learned the how of doing restoration work. And over the last 2 years, I worked on restoration projects in 2 Sammamish parks, East Sammamish Park and Beaver Lake Park. I've been leading a group of volunteers from the Beaver Lake Community Club to continue that work in Beaver Lake Park. I currently serve also on the steering committee of Sammamish Stewards, which is a group devoted to doing a wide variety of environmental improvement and environmental enhancement work in the city of Sammamish. And I'm currently working on ways to engage more people in the work of Sammamish stewards. The bottom line is that I'm committed to environmental preservation in the city of Sammamish. We've done an excellent job of becoming committed to and enhancing our urban forest, and I want to play a significant role in maintaining and enhancing our urban lake system.
Great. I feel like you answered my second question in your first question, so I'm going to skip to the third question, and that's approximately how many of the management district board meetings have you attended, if any?
Okay, well, I'm actually—
1 minute remaining.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I am going to go back and answer your second question because I'm prepared to answer that. I have not attended—
We have about a minute left, so
I have not attended any of their meetings, but the reasons that I want to be involved are, first of all, as Del mentioned, it's important that Long Lake be represented. The entire lake system, the wetlands and the 2 larger lakes flow through Long Lake in their journey on to Laughing Jacobs Creek and the Lake Sammamish. And in doing that, they deposit all of the plant material, the seeds, the pods, the roots from Indian plants, good or bad, get deposited in our lake in Long Lake. And that creates a major problem with the invasive plants that Del mentioned.
5 minutes.
Irises, yeah, thank you. So that's my primary concern, is the native plants and the invasive plants, eradicating them and replacing them with native plants. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Anne. We really appreciate you joining us this evening. I didn't ask that last question, which is topics that you'd like to see, but I feel like I have a good sense based on your other answers. So
broken record.
No, it's okay. It's all good.
Thank you.
So thank you, Anne, for joining us this evening.
I will now promote the last applicant for this board, Tom McGinnis.
Hello, Tom. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
I just have to mute and start the video.
Great. Yeah. Good evening. So we just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
So looks like you've already been on the board before. So you're reapplying?
Yes.
Okay. So what makes you uniquely qualified to continue, or what have you been most proud of that you've accomplished in the last years?
Sure. So as background, I joined the advisory board in April of 2021. So I'm a relative newcomer to the board. I'm a CPA. In my career with my firm, PwC, I've focused on the utility industry, including gas, electric, and water utility companies. In that role, I came to appreciate, particularly in working with water companies, the importance of issues related to water. And as I look to get more involved in the community, the Beaver Lake Management District seemed like a good fit. I also live on the lake, so issues related to the lake are important to me. Yeah, I think that sort of segues to your second question.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So why are you interested in continuing to serve?
So 2 reasons. As I mentioned, I live on the lake, so the condition of the lake, the stewardship of the lake, are issues that are important to me and my family. I think we've lived on Lake Sammamish and Beaver Lake, and stewardship of the lake, I think, is taken for granted. You assume that water quality is high, you assume that the lake is being maintained properly and that you can swim and enjoy yourself and make use of the lake. And being part of that process, I think, has been enriching to me. I've enjoyed it. I've also enjoyed the camaraderie of the board members and getting to understand better the issues, and I'd like to continue doing that.
Great. Have you missed any of the last couple of years?
Well, it's this year. I was appointed in March or April, and I think April was my first meeting. So I've made all the meetings, and I've also joined Bassam Bajani, one of the other advisory board members, in the taking of samples on the lake to be further tested for water quality, et cetera.
Very cool. All right, and last question. What topics would you like to see on the board for your tenure if reappointed?
So I'd echo some of the comments that have been made by other board members as well as those wishing to serve. I think water quality and how that's dealt with is the most important issue facing any lake management district. In addition, when it comes to how are you going to remediate issues of, let's say, foreign materials that are introduced into the lake, that sometimes involves chemicals, et cetera. And, that goes down to the science as well as the emotions of the community. And I think those are very important issues. But then you also have the blocking and tackling that are just as important, having to do with trash and excrement from animals, et cetera, that have a lot to do with the condition of the lake, the beauty of the lake, et cetera. And I think we've begun to deal with those, but there's a lot of work left to do. There are some ideas that have been floated, and I think we need to chase those down and continue the process to bring those to fruition.
Great. All right. Well, thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
That concludes the Beaver Lake Management District Advisory Board interviews. Before we proceed with the Human Services Commission, I would just like the council to clarify the secondary applicants, whether we are going to be interviewing them as well, because we have 2 secondary applicants for this commission.
So I think in the past we have interviewed folks for both, just because the answers to the questions are very different based on the board or commission that they're applying for. So I would say yes, if they're still hanging on the line, that would be good.
Okay, our first applicant is Joyce Bottenberg. I will promote her.
Good evening, Joyce. Oh, we have you on mute. There we go. Better. And I feel like I should start off by saying congratulations, because you were one of our 2021 Volunteers of the Year. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
For those that do not know you, please tell us what makes you uniquely qualified for this role on the Human Services Commission, and what life experiences you will bring back if you are reappointed.
Well, I think you've seen from my application that I've been involved in quite a background in health and human services. 35 years with nonprofits, 14 as an executive director, 21 in program development and marketing. I've been a social worker for a number of years, including serving on a state welfare advisory board. I was chair for 3 years of that. I have been working with staff, volunteers, boards, committees, funders, and collaborating work with other communities and nonprofits forever, it seems. And my key role typically has been collaborating with and through others to build and expand programming. In my 6 years with the Human Services Commission, I think I represent having institutional and historical knowledge of the studies, the focuses, and the actions. I have enjoyed working with the staff, the colleagues, the service providers, and area communities. And as chair this past year, I've made sure that all voices are heard.
Great. So why are you still interested in continuing to serve in this role, Joyce?
Krista, you should know that service about self is very important to me, as is the Red Cross Neighbor Helping Neighbor. I've been volunteering since 3rd grade, whether it was knitting Afghan squares, teaching first aid for the Red Cross or the Alpental Ski Patrol. I've been the business marketing director for the Special Olympics. These are all volunteer things. I've been a ham radio operator for years, including the Seattle Marathon and Seafair Medical Rotary events. And I'm continuing as a public information officer for the Red Cross for after hours. And that's for disaster incidents across the state. And locally, my actions from 2005 onward was to get more involved locally. Sammamish Rotary, I've been past president, past chair of the Community Services Commission, past chair of public relations, involved just about in everything, whether it's Nightmare at Beaver Lake, food handlers permit, selling Christmas trees at Pine Lake Park. I've taken a CERT training, the community emergency response team training, specifically to make sure that my FEMA and my Red Cross backgrounds are up to date on all things having to do with prevent, prepare, respond to disasters. We've been held a lot of annual open house potlucks in my backyard on the neighbor's night out, including having police involved, having Andrew Stevens materials, having Red Cross materials. I just care about preparedness and response. I was appointed to the first task force back in 2015 That was 2 years of task work to figure out how to work with Melanie and Jesse and the council on moving action over into a task force. So we got a real process going at that point for how to determine the various grant applications for the biennial grants for nonprofits, and how to get information about our community, which was quite a long build up to get to the Burke study for the health and human needs assessment process. And then in 18 through 22 here, I have been the 4-year member of the Human Services Commission. I am currently the chair. And this past year, the past 3 years, I've been working on one of the focus areas of the needs assessment, and that was isolated seniors. You'll probably see my name with the Sammamish seniors quite a bit. Someday I'd like to have a facility.
1 minute remaining.
And I guess I move over to have I attended meetings? Yes, I have not missed any meetings of the task force or the Human Services Commission. I've also gone to planning, the Sammamish Parks Commission when we were involving with talking about the senior center, the Sammamish Planning Commission, we were talking about open house on affordable housing, the Sammamish Youth Board on this topic with Klahani Park. I've attended some of the city council members in parts and whole over the years. And I just really appreciate working with my city. I've been here since 1986. And what topics would I like to see? No, I'm only
You're asking the questions yourself.
Okay. All right. This is the year that we're going to be doing the next biennial grants thing. We have a process. We have 3 new people on our commission this year. To be able to get through in that process, to focus more on making sure that our community is able to provide
5 minutes.
Does that stop me?
You can wrap up.
We're not going to pull you off the stage, Joyce. Go ahead and finish your sentence at the very least.
Okay, I do believe that we need to do a little bit of updating to the 2017 needs assessment. COVID has happened. There's been 5 difficult years. I think things have changed. We've heard that from our panel this past year. It's really, really important that we get more information from our community.
Wonderful. Joyce, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm not quite sure I understand why you're the volunteer of the year though, because there was just, the list was so long on everything you've done. Our community thanks you, no doubt. So thank you very much.
I love working with people. I really do.
We know you do. Thank you so much for everything you do, Joyce.
I will now promote the next applicant, Mark Hillman.
Hello, Mark.
Good evening.
Thank you so much. I'll get right into it if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Cool. So what makes you uniquely qualified for this role, and what specific work or life experience will you bring to the Human Services Commission that sets you apart from other qualified applicants?
Well, I would say first, one thing that's unique about me is that my picture is not on the front page of this month's newsletter like Ms. Bottenberg. So that's one thing that is unique. What a delight. She's an inspiration. Some things that are unique about me is I have worked as a frontline social services worker, which has entailed about 15 years as frontline and as manager, working as intensive family preservation counselor, typically doing 10 to 20 hours of counseling in home with juveniles that had been recently released from detention, and doing family skills, parenting skills with families. So very much knowing frontline the challenges that families all across the spectrum experience. So frontline experience, but then secondly, my profession has taken me into prevention and strategic planning, worked with a large children's hospital on regional health, on a couple of county-wide coalitions for the prevention of abuse and neglect, and then developing safety measures for mental health in children and youth. And then thirdly, I come with an awareness of the needs of our region. Our community is not just the 67,000 people that live in Sammamish, but we all shop different places. We have people that visit here and recreate here. So our community really is the East Side and people that visit from around the world. So our human services needs are not just the people that live next door to us that we know fairly well, but much of the needs are also people that are coming here that are not necessarily acknowledging the city limits by needs. And then finally, I have a great understanding of the limitations of city budgets and mandates, and just very much an understanding that we want to do as much as we can, but there's limits to what we can do. And so our collaborations, our reaching out to individuals and groups, supporting and encouraging them is vitally important, because our funds will never meet everything that needs to be done.
Great, thank you. So why are you interested in serving on the Human Services Commission?
Yeah, I would say as a lifelong interest, lifelong service, but most recently going through COVID, our faith community has served for a year providing free meals through food trucks that have supported food trucks, but then just a face-to-face realization and learning names of seniors and families in our community that I had never met before. And sometimes it was delivering meals to apartment communities that I didn't know that existed in Sammamish and some senior areas, and then outside into Redmond as well. So just some of that awareness that I can continue to learn, and the needs are tremendous. And then secondly, I would say my education friends that are teachers in Sammamish, administrators in Sammamish, the needs in our schools, the needs in our families are really profound, particularly for some of those families that don't have as many resources. So just making sure that there are not gaps that are widening, that we are acknowledging the challenges that we have all gone through the last couple of years, but particularly the impacts on underserved families.
Great, thank you. Have you attended any of the meetings?
Well, fortunately, because of working remotely and being able to meet remotely, I have been able to watch a number of meetings online, and really the purpose
1 minute remaining
is to be able to figure out, are these my people? Would I enjoy working with them? This is an intensive role. It's important. And so I want to know, would I work well with these people? And do I also provide something that could be a little bit unique? And the answer to that would be yes. And then have spent quite a bit of time of going through the process of 2017 and 18 of the Health and Human Needs Assessment, and how the city got to that process and what may need to happen next with assessments.
Great. And then lastly, what topics would you like to see or work on during your tenure?
I want to be part of the commission and work on what they have been advancing. I wouldn't view myself as probably bringing anything that's entirely revolutionary, but I want to work with some of those things I would want to work with on in advance would be inclusion and belonging. And we've got multiple generations and families that have moved here from all over the globe.
5 minutes.
Seniors that need to be able to belong. So senior connections, youth mental health, volunteerism. Lots of people connect first in their community by being able to volunteer, and then COVID impacts on isolation, and some of the things that we will see in years to come of what the repercussions will be. We need to prepare for.
Great. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you. It's great to be with you this evening.
Yeah, see you.
I will now promote the third applicant, Melanie Jordan.
Krista, I see her on the list, but I don't see her camera on yet. Melanie, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but if you can turn your camera on or unmute.
I don't know if you can hear me.
No, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen, but it's not sharing.
Oh, I think our city clerk has to allow for a screen to be shared. So if you have the ability to pop on your camera, that would be wonderful. Otherwise, I can just dive into questions.
Well, let's get started with the questions because I know you have a very busy evening, and then hopefully she can get me on screen.
Very good. So Melanie, what makes you uniquely qualified for this role, and what specific work life experiences will you bring to this commission that set you apart from the other qualified candidates?
So I just retired last month from a 40-year career as a registered nurse. And I have had a lot of varied experiences in my career. I have, sorry, I'm trying to click as I talk here. I have worked as a case manager with Medicaid patients. I have worked in pre and post-op. I have gotten my master's degree in nursing and taught college classes for nurses. I've also worked in what's called a pre-admission clinic where we call surgical patients and make sure that they're optimized for surgery. And even those are specific calls, there's always other issues that come up. So things like senior isolation that was mentioned before, mental health issues, and just access to care or navigation of healthcare. So I think that I've also volunteered at senior fairs, giving flu shots. I've participated and helped organize a clinic where we have young people between ages of 16 and 20 come, and we do EKGs and echoes and look for any heart problems that could result in the sudden death that we see in our young people, playing basketball or playing sports. So that's been really successful.
Great. So what has piqued your interest in serving on the Human Services Commission?
So I've been looking at this commission for a while, but as a nurse manager, I haven't had the time to give it, or I haven't been able to give volunteering the time that I think it deserves. So now that I'm retired, I feel like I can participate, and I'm interested in getting involved in my community and helping improve services to our community.
Great. Have you been able to attend any of the Human Services Commission meetings in the past?
I have not.
That's okay.
But now that I know about it, I found it very interesting tonight. So I would be happy to get more involved in the committee meetings and city council meetings.
Great. Are there any specific topics that you would like to see the Human Services Commission tackle if you are appointed?
Senior services, issues affecting community health and health access, helping the disadvantaged, mental health issues, including addiction. And, I've been very busy over the last couple of years with COVID.
1 minute remaining.
I did start, I was one of 3 people that started our COVID clinic to test all of the surgical patients for COVID which is mandatory before they can go in and have surgery. So I feel like I'm able to get things done because we got that clinic up and running in 4 days.
Wonderful. Well, Melanie, thank you so much for joining us this evening. We appreciate your time and answering our questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Our next applicant interviewed earlier, but has indicated this as her secondary committee, Shani Kapoor.
Hello.
Hello again.
I got promoted by mistake. This is Shani.
Yeah, Shani, this is for your secondary choice of the Human Services Commission.
I did not apply for that.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Thank you, Shani.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. We have one more applicant who indicated this is their secondary, so I will promote and then see if they're interested in interviewing for this one as well.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
My name is Rajesh Narayanan. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rajesh. So I'll go ahead and get started. So what makes you uniquely qualified for this role, and what specific work or life experience will you bring to the Human Services Commission that sets you apart from other candidates?
To start off, I've been in this city for about 18 years now. My kids grew up here, and I thank all the city leaders for giving us this life here in the city. Thinking about human resources and human services, it gives an opportunity. I has been a manager in the IT field, and dealing with team members and their growth prospects, and the inter-collaborative work atmosphere which we need to create to bring the best out of people. So I'm keenly interested in to see how I can apply my knowledge and experience to the needs of the city and the human resource aspect of that problem space. So I'm keenly interested in providing my experience to serve the city, and human services is an option which I have chosen as a secondary option. Planning was the one which I had put as my first option.
Great, yeah. Thank you. And we will interview you for that one as well a little later on if you can stay. So why are you interested in serving on the Human Services Commission?
Yeah, I got to know about the way city functions from my daughter. She's on the Sammamish Youth Board. So I check in with her, how the city functions, and she explains to me how she understands, and through that it kindled my interest. I should also be part of this city's functioning, and I was looking at ways. I read your newsletters every month as it comes out, and through that I get to know how we work, and this has been an eye-opener for me, how the city functions, and how you bring various talents. So I believe this is an opportunity for me to contribute to the city back after being a consumer of your services. So looking forward to serving in either of the capacity if that materializes.
Great. Have you attended any of the meetings for the Human Services Commission?
No, as I said, no. I've picked up bits and pieces from what I discussed with my daughter, but I have not directly had any attendance of any of your meetings so far.
Yeah, no problem. What topics would you like to see on the Human Services Commission and work that you would bring in if you were appointed for your tenure?
Talking about human services, it's the diversity and inclusion. That's one of the key topics which I would like to see. And enabling true leaders to take things forward. Leadership does not come from one segment. It can come from many different parts of the society. And I will look for diverse opinions and viewpoints to be heard, and that expressed in what the city puts forth as part of its plan.
Great. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I'd like to answer any other questions.
We'll see you for planning.
Sure. Thank you.
Bit.
Okay, our next commission is the Parks and Recreation Commission. If you applied for this commission, could you please raise your hand? Okay, our first applicant is Ms. Dina Ann.
Hello.
Hi, Dina. We can hear you.
Excellent. Can you see me?
We cannot see you. Did you want a minute to try and turn your camera on?
There we go. I just got the prompt. Thank you so much.
There you are.
Perfect. Hi, I'm Miss Dina Ann, and I'm excited to try to be on the commission for the Parks and Recreation Committee.
Great. We're just going to ask a handful of questions here. So, Dina, what makes you uniquely qualified for this role on the Parks Commission, and what specific work or life experience will you bring to this board, or excuse me, this commission, that sets you apart from the other qualified applicants?
I have had an opportunity to be on the nonprofit board for Grandview Off-Leash Dog Park. It was donated to the city to be a dog park from just being wasted land that wasn't being used, and development was coming in and was going to take it over. And we were able to save that and turn it into a massive two-tiered dog park, open off-leash dog park for the community. And we had such a great time being able to curate the land, save the land, make it a destination location for those of us with dogs. I spend most of my time outside. My dog Breezy and I have found every park, every trail, every open patch, anywhere we can that we can be outside and enjoy nature. And I think that it is paramount that we have these spaces to be in, because we grew up as humans in nature. We evolved with nature taking us along for the ride. And when we don't, we suffer a lot of maladies and issues. So I think it's imperative that we have these open spaces for us to go to lower our stress, to get out and stretch our legs. Literally, trees give off things that make us healthier when we breathe them in. So the things that we can do outside of our everyday lives to get outside and participate in parks, I think, is something that's monumentally important. And with all the development, I would like to make sure that there are just as many open spaces, and to continue Sammamish's excellence in creating even just trails and walking paths and small areas that are surrounding these developments, so that we can walk out of our door and not have to drive a half an hour, 20 minutes, or be in traffic to go somewhere nice. We can literally walk outside and find ourselves in somewhere beautiful. And I think that parks are supremely important.
Great. You may have already touched on the second question in that answer, but why are you interested on serving on the Parks and Recs Commission?
I would really like to be a service to the community. For one, I would love to be more of a part of the community. I lived in Auburn for 20 years and just moved up here a few years ago, so I'm new to the area. When I was in Auburn, I spent a lot of time, I was unincorporated King County, so I had to process services myself. I had to get police out if we needed it. I had to work with solid waste division to get trash cans at the bus stops, get the school involved because they were the ones leaving most of the garbage everywhere. So I'd like to ensure the opportunity to keep our parks clean, to have parks that are available, and to be service to the community and actually work with the community I'm in. Because if we don't do our part, then we don't know, we don't have any say in what's going to happen. And I think it's just important to have the opportunity to do what I can to make sure that these spaces are available.
Great. Have you been able to attend any of the meetings for the Parks and Rec Commission?
No, I am brand new. So I found out about all of this as I was deciding whether I wanted to try to run for city council to be part of something positive to serve the community. So because I wasn't necessarily the person that could go out there and fundraise and do all of that, I wanted to do something, and this came up. So I got very excited when I saw that there was a participation. And like the others, I'm new to what Sammamish is in need of and what they have to offer. And I saw I read my newsletter diligently. So I saw that in the newsletter and I was like, yes, this is awesome. So I applied.
1 minute remaining.
Great. Are there any particular topics that you would like to see the Park and Rec Commission tackle if you're appointed?
Very much. I think that it seems like it's a small thing, but I'd like to make sure that bio bags are available for poo in the parks. I think that because we have so much waste and I walk everywhere, I'm always out with my dog. I have a pocket full of bags to pick up what waste others don't. So education about how important it is to pick up, because the diseases that come from there can end up in our water that we're drinking. People just being good stewards of being dog owners. So I would like to see a little bit more education about the importance, and also again working with other cities around us to collectively buy bio bags and save the city money, but give us a better option for our waste disposal.
Wonderful. Dina, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thanks for having me today. I really appreciate it, you guys.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Sid Gupta.
Good evening, Commission, Council.
Hello, Sid. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. I don't have video for you today, but hopefully everyone can hear me all right.
Yes, we hear you. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
So I see that you are reapplying. What makes you uniquely qualified for this role, or what is something that you've been particularly proud of in your time?
So I'm a native plant steward with the Washington Native Plant Society. My group's restoration project back in 2014 was at Ebright Creek Park, and that's still ongoing to this day. I also spent some time working on the hillside restoration at Lower Commons Park. And through my stewardship, I served on the Central Puget Sound chapter board for the Native Plant Society for 1 year. Additionally, I'm a board member for Sammamish Friends, a local nonprofit focused on community and environment. And in 2016, I received the Sammy Award for Environmental Stewardship. And in 2018, I received the Volunteer of the Year Award from the City of Sammamish.
Very cool. So why are you interested in continuing to serve?
So originally I got involved through being a native plant steward. I met Pauline Cantor, who was then on the commission and a native plant steward. And those of you who know Pauline know she's very persuasive. And they were looking for new members. She suggested I start attending Parks Commission meetings. And even as an audience member, I found myself really engaged. I thought it was really interesting what the commission did. And so I applied and fortunately was selected. So I joined in the commission in 2015, and it doesn't seem real that it's 2022 now. It's been quite a while, but it's been a great experience so far. It's a great way to stay engaged, stay informed, and contribute in what I really do feel is a meaningful way. And I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to continue in that role.
Cool. So it sounds like you attended meetings before you even joined the commission back in 2015.
I think 3 or 4, maybe.
Yeah. And have you missed many meetings in the last 7 years or 6 years, whatever we're at?
I think I missed we did a field trip to Big Rock Park Central, and I was out of the country. I missed one of those, probably 1 or 2 more. I think my attendance is pretty good. I hope it is.
Yeah, that sounds really great. And lastly, what topics would you like to see that you continue to work on, or anything new that you would like to bring if you were reappointed?
From trail connectivity is probably the biggest one for me. That was a big takeaway from the pro plan from 2018. I don't have a driver's license. I walk or bike to most places. Less relevant with the pandemic, but even, I need to get to the grocery store or something. That's how I'm getting around a lot of the time. Sammamish is a beautiful city. I'm lucky to live in Klahani. We have, great pedestrian access in Klahani. Sometimes other parts of Sammamish are not so friendly to non-motorized traffic. It's really pretty, but it's either not safe or not super efficient. So just building more of those connections, continuing to work on that, I think would be a priority for me. And additionally, this is going to be familiar from my last interview for the commission a few years ago. I'm a big advocate for community gardens. I know there's been demand for additional community garden space in the city for a long time. And the commission and staff actually tackled this a couple of years ago, evaluated additional sites, and it turned out there wasn't really a great option. But hopefully with the city's acquisition of Big Rock Park South, there's a new opportunity there. So I'm excited to kind of circle back there.
Very cool. All right. Thank you so much, Sid.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Melanie Kelsey.
Hello, everyone.
Greetings. Hi, Melanie. Thanks for joining us this evening. Just a handful of questions to ask you here.
Yep.
The first one is, what makes you uniquely qualified for this role on the Parks and Recreation Committee? And what specific work or life experiences will you bring to the Board or Commission that sets you apart from other qualified applicants?
I think I'm uniquely qualified for this role because I'm very organized, always well prepared for meetings, and I get things done. My professional background, as some of you know, is financial analysis, auditing and budgeting, as well as project and program management. I also spent a number of years in the budget offices at both the city of Bellevue and King County, so I understand how government entities operate. And in my professional life, I work collaboratively with people across different backgrounds, organizations, and countries. So I have what is needed to work with the many different constituencies that are involved in this. And I also have over 20 years of volunteer experience in a wide variety of roles and organizations, including leading teams of people and mentoring or coaching other volunteers.
Great. Tell us what has piqued your interest in serving on this particular board and commission for the city of Sammamish.
I'm interested in serving on the Parks Commission because I'm interested in serving my community, and I believe I have the passion and skills that can help the Parks Commission. I am a user of many of our beautiful parks through a variety of activities. I have direct experience with using Beaver Lake for water sports, as well as using the park facilities and land for passive recreation. I have visited Pine Lake Park many times and enjoyed walks through Ebright, Big Rock, and Illahee. And as an active cyclist, I have ridden throughout the city and along the East Lake Sammamish Trail. I have also volunteered at the city habitat restoration opportunities, and I understand the struggles we face keeping our natural habitats not just human friendly, but also wildlife friendly.
Great. Have you had an opportunity to attend any of the Parks and Recs Commission meetings?
I have not attended any of the Parks Commission meetings. However, I feel that being an active user of our park system is a more important quality of a Parks Commissioner.
Great. And finally, what topics in particular would you like to see the Parks and Recs Commission tackle if you're appointed?
I have 3 topics that I'd like to focus on, and those are increased recreational programming for our seniors. We seem to have a lot of programming dedicated to families and kids, but I'd like to see us having more for our senior population. I'd like to see implementation of the Klahani Master Plan, which I'm glad to see is on the agenda tonight for discussion. And I'd also like to see the 2024 Pro Plan. The current Pro Plan was completed in 2018, and it is a 6-year plan, which means that the 2024 one should be coming up in a couple of years.
Wonderful. Thank you, Melanie. Appreciate you joining us this evening and carving out some time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Henry Klein.
Hello, Henry. Can you hear me?
There we are. I think I can see you, and I think you can see me and hear me, right?
Yes, success. Yeah.
And to my friends, I go as Hank. So
Hank. All right. Hank, Mr. Klein, Henry. Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. First question. What makes you uniquely qualified for this role, and what specific work or life experience will you bring to the Parks and Rec Commission?
I previously served on the Parks Commission for 15 years, most of those as chair, as selected by my fellow commissioners. I'm very familiar with parks and recreation topics in the city of Sammamish. I worked on the master plan for Klahani Park that you'll be discussing later this evening. I've lived in Sammamish for more than 30 years, and I was actively involved with the city's incorporation. I'm an active park user. I even came up with the idea to work with the Lake Washington School District to improve the ball fields at Eastlake High School, and introduced the subject to Jeff Watling, who was the parks director at that time and the first of 4 parks directors that I've worked with. I also know many members of the park staff. I actively served on the Yes campaign in support of the development of the Community and Aquatic Center managed by the Y. I've been a teacher in the Issaquah School District for 28 years. I've been active in school PTAs and sports teams at the youth and high school levels. I know the community, and the community knows me. I've helped build trails with Washington Trails Association. I have a background in wildlife and the environment. Because of my knowledge and experience, if chosen to be on the Parks Commission, I can hit the ground running and be active and productive from the get-go.
Great. And I think you touched on this a bit, but is there anything specifically that you're really interested in serving on the commission?
As a longtime resident of Sammamish, I have a vested interest in the city, its citizens, and its public amenities. I'm proud of our parks and recreation facilities. I'm proud to have had a role in their development. I'm also buoyed by the public's broad support and approval of what we've achieved. There's still more to be done. I would love to continue to work with the city and its residents to meet the needs of our community. As I mentioned, I previously served on the Parks Commission for 15 years. I'd love to come out of retirement and be actively involved once again.
So if you added up 15 years worth, how many meetings would that be?
Well, I even attended meetings before I became a commissioner. And so, and I've attended most of the meetings in the last 2 years that I haven't been on the commission. So altogether, roughly 150 meetings or so.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And lastly, is there any topic that you would like to see or bring during your tenure if appointed?
I support the improvements at Klahani Park. I teach at the school immediately adjacent to it. So I've been a de facto member of that community for nearly 30 years. I would also support development and expansion of the ball fields at Inglewood Middle School and Beaver Lake Park. And I would enjoy the opportunity to work on the future master plans for Beaton Hill Park and Big Rock South.
Great. Thank you so much, Hank.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, see you.
Our 5th applicant had contacted me to say they would be unable to interview. And we have 3 who indicated this is their secondary committee or commission. So I will promote Mr. Witu first.
Michael, good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, good evening.
So just a handful of questions for you here. what makes you uniquely qualified for this role, and what specific work-life experience will you bring to this commission that sets you apart from other qualified applicants?
Yeah, this was my secondary choice here. And my main qualification is that I use the parks. And I think Sammamish parks are great. I use them mainly for hiking. And my wife and I go out, and I think I counted, we use about 8 of the different parks. And that's basically my main qualification for parks. I do have an environmental background. I've taught environmental science and earth system science at various colleges and universities.
Very good. And I know this is your secondary choice, but what is your interest in serving on this particular commission for the city of Sammamish?
Well, my main thing is I believe that Sammamish has done a wonderful job in their parks. I mean, a city this size I think we have 13 or 14 parks. It's a tremendous amount of parks, and they're all well maintained. And I just like to see that keep going and keep improving. It's just amazing what Sammamish has done as far as the park system is concerned.
That's great. Have you had the ability to attend any of the Parks and Recs Commission meetings?
No, I haven't.
That's okay. COVID makes everything more challenging anyway. Are there any particular topics that you would like to see the Parks Commission tackle if you were appointed here?
One thing that I haven't used the parks a lot recently because of the weather, but when the weather was nice, we started hearing a lot about cars being broke into while people were at hiking or whatever. And, increased security at the parks would be a nice thing to have, I think. And I'm looking forward to Big Rock South being open and what happens to the house in Big Rock Central, because that's a beautiful house, but the last time I was there what was going to be done to it hadn't been completed.
I think they're still working on it. Okay, that is all the questions that we have for you this evening. So that was easy. We'll circle back on that planning commission. So hang with us.
All right, very good.
Thank you.
See you in a little bit.
Okay, I don't see either of the remaining secondary applicants, and one of them had told me he would be unavailable tonight. The next commission is the Planning Commission, and I will promote Mr. Bauman.
There I am.
Hello, Mark.
Good evening, everybody.
All right. So as you are a reapplicant, what would you like to continue to do in your role, or what is something that you are specifically proud of being on the Planning Commission?
Yeah, so well, let me start out with kind of what the first question is, which is my qualifications. I think that it's important to point out, yes, of course, I've been on the Planning Commission for 4 years and been chair for a couple of years, but my background is as an engineer, and I've spent 3 decades in the construction industry building, really leading teams that build large commercial construction projects. So from a qualifications standpoint, I think the thing that I've brought to the commission, and is somewhat unique about me, is that I can connect the dots with the technical aspects of what the Planning Commission is all about and what some of these issues are within our city, and the folks who may not be as familiar with how all that works. And I hope that I've been able to contribute and help the commission and the council in doing that over the last 4 years. And I think, Deputy Mayor, what you asked was the second question, which is why I'm interested in continuing to serve on the Planning Commission. And while we don't get to deal with things as exciting as goose poop, which I thought was a pretty good one that Dell mentioned earlier, I do think on a more serious note that the Planning Commission is really unique in that We get to support the council in listening to public input and then crafting planning and code and regulations and figuring out how those can be implemented in a way that results in things that people actually in the city see, touch, feel, drive through, serve them, everything like that. The Planning Commission is kind of unique in that respect. It has a potential to have a big influence and impact on the community. And that's one of the things I like best about it.
Very cool. So how long have you been on, and have you missed any meetings or?
Yeah, I just served the one term 4 years, and I've missed 2 meetings that I think that's right, 2 meetings due to travel. Although I look at it as I provided an opportunity for Vice Chair Rituja Indapire to be a star on Cable Channel 21 a couple of evenings. So I think that works out fine.
Perfect. What topics would you like to see or work on if you were appointed again?
Yeah, I think it's important to point out, and you guys all know this, but it's still important to point out that regardless of my opinion, the Planning Commission serves the City Council. So we do kind of what you guys tell us to do. You develop the work plan, you develop the topics, you develop a lot of the background. Then it's our job to figure out how to do the heavy lifting and do the work in support of that. And we have some pretty big things upcoming in the next few years. The comp plan update being right at the very top of the list of challenges ahead, with lots of need for input and duck, dive, dodge, and weave and figure out how to make that a successful outcome for the city. And there's lots of other great things, right? We've done a lot of work in updating the development code, the way that things get entitled. We haven't been able to see the outcome of some of those things yet, but we still have another phase of development code updates to do to try to improve the look and feel of some of the areas that remain to be developed in the community. So a lot of things that are big issues for the city that the commission can help with. Personally, sometimes I think some of the small things really should get some attention too. So as a nudge or as a suggestion, maybe, and I think Sid actually mentioned it as well. One of the legacy
1 minute remaining.
One of the legacy challenges is sidewalks and trails connectivity. That's sort of a legacy issue from when King County, was in charge of the plateau when I moved here in '97. And I think that that's something we could actually accomplish something with. It's not a big shiny object, so it doesn't get a lot of attention, but there are some of those kind of topics that I think the commission could spend a little time on, and collectively as a group, we could get something done.
Great. All right. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Bye.
Okay, our second applicant has withdrawn from consideration. So I'll move on to the third applicant who spoke earlier tonight.
Hello.
Rajesh, welcome back.
Welcome back. Thank you very much for this second round opportunity.
Round 2. Yes. So this will be for the Planning Commission. So again, same questions, but new commission. What makes you uniquely qualified for this role, and what specific work-life experiences will you bring to the Planning Commission that set you apart from the other applicants?
So the word planning is what triggered my main primary interest in this position, and planning is what I do day in and day out. Planning is needed because of the limited resources any entity has. It's an organization, a city, or a company. So it essentially meeting demand versus supply. And I do this as part of my IT work on a day-to-day basis. Meeting the needs and creating value with the limited resources. That's what planning is all about. So challenging demands are in front of us. Supply is limited. So how to make a match and provide value. Value here in this case is to the citizens of this city. I've also been looking at some of the best practices, how to introduce best practices and a fresh look at how to do planning. Creation of strategic plans and roadmaps. That's another area where I'm good experience at. Bringing a risk management perspective to planning. That's another strength of me. I worked in risk management for quite long, so getting that aspect as well into the preparation and planning. So that's why I think I'm uniquely qualified for this particular position in this city.
Great. So for the Planning Commission, what is it about this particular, what interests you in serving on the Planning Commission?
Yes, so as I mentioned, the unique aspect I bring is my past experience. The ability to put things in priority, prioritization, the right sequencing, creating appropriate roadmaps, and contributing from different angles, best practice ideas, whether this is emerging from this city or any other city of a similar size. I was looking actually earlier this week at plans how big cities like Los Angeles does, how a small city like Linwood in our neighborhood does. So I was looking at how cities large and small does planning and see how we can adopt some of the best practices in this beautiful city of ours.
Great. And similar to the question with the Human Services Commission, have you been able to attend any of these meetings for the Planning Commission?
No, as I said, I drew inspiration from my daughter, and that's what made me come to you to see, okay, I'm ready to serve, and this hopefully is a good opportunity for me to bring my experiences and my skills to the table.
Excellent. So what topics, if any, would you like to see the Planning Commission tackle during your tenure if you are appointed?
Yes, I've been listening to all the participants, and some of the things which stand out in my mind is how to serve the seniors who are living in this community, and especially from transportation needs. I was reading about the transportation hub or mobility hub, which the city is thinking of and working on. That's one key area. The second key is how prepared are we for introducing the electric vehicles? That's going to be the future in terms of mobility, how we are prepared to support that transition when people move from the gas-based vehicles to electric vehicles. I'm also interested to see how the housing problems is solved for Sammamish has become much more costly than for small and medium income families. So how we can provide housing for the different
1 minute remaining.
And the final piece is environment. Definitely, we have to live in an environment which needs balancing of growth versus protecting the environment. So that's an interesting conundrum we need to solve, a problem we need to solve by appropriate application of best practices.
Great. Well, Rajesh, thank you for hanging with us for a second interview. Really appreciate your time this evening.
And thank you for all of you leaders for doing everything for the city, which I'm
Absolutely.
happy and blessed to lead. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Yes.
Our next applicant is Jerry Norman.
I'm unmuted, I think, now.
All right, great. Yeah, we can hear you. Perfect.
Great. Well, good evening. Hi.
Hello, Jerry.
Hi.
All right, so first question, what makes you uniquely qualified for this role, and what specific work or life experience will you bring to the Planning Commission that sets you apart from other applicants?
Well, one is that I'm available. I'm retired now, and I was very busy business executive for a lot of years. And so I think it's important that people on the commission have the time and are willing to dedicate the time to actually go look at projects and see things and read the material if you're going to be making decisions relative to how it works. Relative to qualifications, I've acted as directed. I've been in the United States Navy for several years and working for the National Security Group. And following that, for about 16 years, I was a real estate developer in Oregon. And that development included platting subdivisions, actually being on a few commissions there when land use planning started in the 70s. So I'm not a youngster, but we developed single family homes and multifamily homes and a few small strip centers and a resort up on Mount Hood, which involved a lot of sensitive areas, but it's called Resort at the Mountain now, but at the time it was called Rippling River, with golf courses and condominiums and a convention center. And when I stopped being a developer, I was hired by a life insurance company to manage all of their real estate assets throughout the United States. And that led into my having the opportunity to become a president and CEO of a couple of businesses that are cremation businesses. But we were actually the largest cremation provider in the United States. And I retired from all that. And I've lived here in Sammamish for 20 years at this location. And I've attended a few meetings, but only when they have directly affected my property. That's kind of interesting. But when it was about swales and water retention, then we went to the meetings. And when it was about moving the power lines across Lake Sammamish Parkway and putting telephone poles in front of our view, then it was important to us. And then it was when it's somebody else's problem, we would take a pass and not go. So I've actually watched more of the meetings since you went to Zoom than ever, both for the Planning Commission and the City Council, because you can click it on TV and kind of listen while you're doing multitasking.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. So why are you interested?
Agreed with Mark. I think that I can read plans. We've developed lots of things. So I think it's important to have people on the commission that have had to comply with codes and can see the difference between, what is a vision, what's the comprehensive plan, and then what's the code, and how are they disconnected? Because we've got a lot of visions and objectives, I think, in Sammamish that the code doesn't necessarily give us the opportunity to reach those visions. That lets things happen that maybe are not part of the vision. And I think Sammamish is at a crossroads. We've got a heavy development to the north that's not something that we like, we being my wife and I, and we're going to get lots more pressure from King County and from mass transit and from the highway use of East Lake Sam to destroy the beautiful residential environment that we've got now. That's why we all moved here. And I don't think we want to become another like city, be like an Issaquah, be like a Redmond. Let's just be Sammamish. So hopefully you guys will set a vision for that.
1 minute remaining.
And we'll help you. And I over talked, I guess.
No, you still have 1 minute. If you would like to bring anything particular to the Planning Commission, if you were to be appointed, is there anything specifically?
Specifically, I'd like to see the vision that the council sets forth become part of the comprehensive plan and get the code updated. And I'm very concerned about water quality, which most of the previous interviews you had, there's lots more we can do to enhance water quality and stop polluting our own lake that we love so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Jerry.
Bye.
Bye. See you.
Our next applicant is Michael Watu.
Michael, welcome back again.
Hey, good evening again. I think I fixed my lighting a little bit better this time.
Wonderful. So same set of questions, just a different commission here. So what makes you uniquely qualified for this role in the Planning Commission, and what specific work or life experience will you bring to the Planning Commission that sets you apart from the other qualified applicants?
Okay, yeah, my answers will be a little more detailed here. I had a 24-year career as an Air Force officer, and I lived in many different locations. So in a lot of different cities, and I could see which ones were run well and which ones were not run so well. So I see that, and I see Sammamish is one of those well-run cities, by the way, very well-run. And I have a good environmental background, mainly in atmospheric science. I have done some work in climate change as well as air pollution, so I'm familiar with that. I've taught environmental science and earth system science at various universities. In the local area, I taught at Seattle Pacific University, Fort Steilacoom Community College, and the University of Washington, Tacoma, atmospheric science as well as earth system science education. So basically, my background is environment. I've been on quite a few advisory boards, one for NASA's Earth System Science Education Alliance, another one for Northwest Aviation College. They've since gone out of business, unfortunately, and also for Mount Hood Community College.
Great. So what is your interest in serving on this particular commission?
Well, I've lived in Sammamish for 20 years now, and I really haven't been involved with the city that much. And I've been impressed with the way I've seen Sammamish develop over the years. And I'd like to see that continue. I think the way we're going is good, and it's been good in the past. And I have a small consulting business in Sammamish, which I do meteorological analyses, and I also still teach a little bit. But for the most part, I'm pretty much retired. So I have the time that I think would be needed to work on the commission.
Great.
So my workload has gone down quite a bit in the last 2 years, maybe 10 hours a week now.
Okay, that's great. Have you had an opportunity to attend any planning commission meetings or watch them, since those are also televised on TV21?
No, I haven't, but I have reviewed some of the minutes, and I've looked at the comprehensive, I've read through the comprehensive plan for the city of Sammamish and some of the chapters. And so I learned a little bit, but I haven't done a whole lot at this point.
No worries. Are there any particular topics that you would like to see the Planning Commission tackle if you are appointed to this commission?
I think some of them are already tackling, for example, new development and make sure it's balanced with the environment, as well as traffic and parking. All that comes together. I know Issaquah has some problems with that, where they didn't take into account traffic and parking, for example. So I think that's very important. Close to home, I live up the street from Evans Creek Pond. And every summer, you can see the eutrophication occurring and this unwanted plant growth cover the pond, and the ducks go away because they have no place to swim anymore. So I think that's a specific problem that I'd like to see addressed. And just the parks, I talked to you about parks before, and I just think just continue where we're going on the parks. I think just continue development and improvement of the parks is great.
Well, great. Michael, thank you. Appreciate you hanging out with us here this evening for round 2 of interviews. So have a wonderful evening, and thank you again.
You too. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Our next applicant is Susan Yang.
Hello, Susan. Can you hear me okay?
Susan, you are muted currently.
Hello.
Okay. Hi.
Hi. We can see you and hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. So what makes you uniquely qualified for this role, and what specific work or life experience will you bring to the Planning Commission that sets you apart from other candidates?
I'm a biologist. I'm very focused on the environment. So since we've been living in Sammamish since 2002, almost 20 years. I like our city, and I hope our city is a safe place and a healthy place for every resident. And I'm good on troubleshooting. And also, since 2012, I started to learn and plant organic vegetable in my yard. I know it's very important. The health, soil, health, water, health, air can produce good vegetable and fruit. Make sure it's organic, and it's good for our human and for animals or any species is what called animal life species. So I think my experience on troubleshooting is good for our solve the problem at the beginning. For example, if the new structure we review careful and make sure do not damage our environment, our living place, then we can cause less trouble after. And this is why I applied a planning commissioner. And also, I do not profit work since 2012, 10 years, about 10 years. I enjoy to learn things and doing things and to make sure the people around me be healthy and happy.
Very good. Is there anything in particular that interests you about being on the Planning Commission?
I'm thinking about, especially think about we should encourage our residents go outdoor to doing activities more than stay home. Then can help our residents healthy, and also this, like mushroom hunting, bird watching, and because we live in the mountain, Sammamish is a mountain, we should keep our natural environment. It's more than human develop. That is, make sure, we careful every detail, from the beginning. Then also, I don't think we did develop faster. It's better than develop slowly. For the whole world, you can see
1 minute remaining.
Human developer is very, damage our environment. Okay. So I'd like it. Yeah.
And have you attended any of the planning commissions or been able to watch them online or anything?
I attended the planning public meeting twice. At the first time, I gave two suggestions. One is new construction with the community park. That time I said, I saw a lot of the new community have small park. No, very less people go there. So they that area is useless. So I gave a suggestion for, or if each for new construction have a different builder, right? I gave
5 minutes.
After that, okay. Another I gave is green belt easement with the road issue for safety and pollution. The first time I gave 2 suggestions and they agree with me.
Yeah, very good. Lastly, is there any specific topic that you would like to bring to the commission if you were appointed? Like any specific issue or something that you would like to bring?
The first, I think I already said, I hope our environment is good for to increase the people go outdoor for activities to unite with the nature, not stay home, not watch a iPhone and television, and it's good for our health. And another thing is careful on all new projects from detail to review, very careful. This is I'm concerned because if you troubleshooting at the front, solve the problem. After we can less trouble. So make sure we careful each step by step.
Very good. Thank you so much, Susan.
Thank you. Thank you all
good evening.
thank you all of your commissioners' contribution for our city.
Yeah. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you. Thank you.
We now have a secondary applicant, Melanie Kelsey. I will promote her.
Okay, I liked her.
So council members, while she's promoting Melanie again, just as an FYI, we want to try to avoid using the chat feature just for OPMA purposes. I don't know if the city is capturing the text in the chat. So just FYI, we didn't discuss it before. Don't sweat it, just FYI.
Okay, I've tried to promote Miss Kelsey, but she has to accept the promotion, so I don't know if she's still at the meeting, and then the other 2 are not present at the meeting either.
Okay.
So maybe just wait 20 seconds and then we'll officially close.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. And while we're waiting for that 20 seconds to Council, I think maybe a break is in order after we wrap up with,
Yep. Here she is.
I see Melanie Kelsey popping on. We'll take a break after this though.
Yeah, that one took a while. I heard you guys saying we'll wait for her and I had not seen anything.
No worries. Thanks for coming back and hanging out with us again.
Yep.
Same questions, new commission. So Melanie, what makes you uniquely qualified for this role in the Planning Commission, and what specific work life experience will you bring to the Planning Commission that sets you apart from other qualified applicants?
Well, I think my answer is fairly similar on this one to the answer I gave for parks, but I think it does make me uniquely qualified. It seems from listening to the other applicants that did it. I'm not. My background's not transportation. It's not development. It's finance. It's project management. It's program management. It's auditing. It's budgeting, and I have experience in private sector as well as in government. I know how that aspect works. And as I said before, I've worked collaboratively across people with different backgrounds and organizations, and I have 20 years of volunteer experience in a wide variety of roles. But I think that makes me uniquely qualified.
Great. And I know this is a secondary choice for you, but what is your interest in serving on the Planning Commission for the city of Sammamish?
Well, on top of serving my community during my recent campaign, I learned that residents care very deeply about development and holding developers accountable for the damage that they do to our environment. And I'd like to represent those resident viewpoints on the Planning Commission and influence our development regulations for them.
Great. Can you estimate how many Planning Commission meetings you might have attended or viewed online?
I've probably viewed 6 to 10 over the last couple of years, mostly viewing them either on TV or recorded.
Okay. And you may have touched on this in an earlier answer, but what topic would you like to see the Planning Commission tackle if you're appointed here?
I would like to see resolution to our traffic concurrency problems and our traffic issues. And I'd also like to, I guess, influence versus, what would they tackle? Influence the comp plan to influence our building regulations. I know that's on the docket, so it's coming up.
Very good. That concludes the questions on this.
Thank
Melanie,
you.
Thank you again for sticking with us this evening. Appreciate it. Krista, did we have either of the others pop back on, or have they left the meeting?
One had contacted me to say they would not be interviewing, and I do not see the other one.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that does then conclude all of the boards and commission interviews. So Council, if we want to take a 5-minute break, circle back, we'll dive back into the agenda in about 5 minutes.
I think we're all back.
Mayor Malchow.
Malchow, you're muted.
I thought I hit unmute. Thank you. I was just saying that our next item of business
master plan for discussion. We typically complete a master plan for all our parks. So when Klahani was annexed to the city, a master plan for this park was added to the project list. A reminder for all that a master plan is a long-term vision that helps guide improvements to a park, and it is not necessary that all the improvements proposed will get funded and built. To date, we have completed the public outreach process and have consensus both from the community and the Parks and Recreation Commission to proceed with the preferred master plan for this park. Council had asked for a citywide athletic field study to be completed prior to approving the plan, which has also been done. With me tonight are Kevin Teague, our Deputy Director, Chris Jordan, our Recreation and Cultural Services Manager, and Shelby Perrault, the Project Manager for the project. With that, I'll turn it over to Shelby to introduce the consultant team and give you a presentation.
Thank you, Anjali. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and Mr. City Manager. As Anjali mentioned, I will be leading a presentation on the master plan at Klahani Park. I'd like to introduce a few members of the consultant team I have with me tonight. First is Juliet Bong, Principal of HBB Landscape Architecture, and second is Eric Gold, Landscape Architect with D.A. Hogan and Associates. And then Kevin will be my MC for the slides tonight. So as part of my presentation, I'll first touch on what exactly is a master plan, then walk through the work that has been completed thus far for Klahani Park, discuss the findings of the athletic field study and how they impact Klahani Park, and then end on next steps. Tonight, we are seeking the following. First is consensus on proceeding with the preferred master plan, and second is consensus on authorization to proceed with the SEPA review process. Before jumping into Klahani, I wanted to answer the question of what exactly is a master plan for those of you that may not have been involved in a master plan project for a park just yet. So A master plan is the long-term vision for a park. Before starting development or improvements to parkland, a master plan process is initiated, which engages the community at large, stakeholders, staff, the commission, and city council to look at the park comprehensively. There are three primary components to a master plan. First is investigation and analysis, where we look at site studies to help us identify what are the opportunities and constraints for the development of the park. Second is park program. This is where we get input from the community, the commission, and council, and what their hopes, dreams, and concerns are to help inform the design and character of the park. And then third is the master plan development. During this phase, there are multiple iterations of park design, starting with 3 design alternatives that then get narrowed down into one preferred plan. During this phase, we solicit feedback on the park program, the character, and potential sequencing of improvements. And the intent of going through this extensive public process is to establish a design program that provides a framework for addressing development and improvements at a park. So better understanding the intent of a master plan, I'd like to refresh everyone on Klahani Park. So Klahani Park is highlighted in red. It's located in the southeast section of the city. As you can see in this image, there are a number of parks that are in close proximity to Klahani Park, which have been highlighted in green. And then as you zoom in further, Klahani Park is also adjacent to a wonderful system of green spaces and amenities that are maintained by the Klahani HOA. Additionally, Beaver Lake Middle School and Challenger Elementary border Klahani Park. And then, as you can see in the image very lightly, is in blue is the Williams gas line easement that runs through the property, as well as the BPA easement in yellow. And then next onto background info. Klahani was originally built by the HOA before being transferred to King County in 1994. Kevin, do you want to hit slide? There we go, thank you. So Klahani was originally built by an HOA and then transferred to King County in 1994. The park was then transferred once again to the city as part of the Klahani annexation in 2016. Following annexation, minor drainage improvements were completed at the baseball field, but nothing major, understanding that there would be a master planning process in the near future. And then next, touching on the pro plan, which included extensive public process, was adopted in 2018, and it identified the Klahani Park Master Plan as a priority project. The master plan began shortly thereafter, but was paused while the athletic field study was completed, which brings us to 2021 and today, and reintroducing the project now that the athletic field study is complete. To quickly recap where we are in the master plan process and timeline, we began the analysis and scoping, went through a series of public meetings to get feedback on hopes, dreams, and concerns, as well as design alternatives. We are now at the point where we are waiting for authorization to proceed with the SEPA with our preferred alternative and move through the master plan adoption. Looking at existing conditions within the park, the park boundary is outlined with the white dash on the left image. The park is framed by Southeast 32nd to the north and Southeast Klahani Boulevard to the south. There are 3 easements within the park that need to be considered within the constraints of the project. First is the BPA easement in yellow that contains the East Plateau Trail. There is a tower within that easement, as you can see in the photo on the right, that has additional constraints to allow for access to the tower. Secondly, we have the Williams gas line easement in blue, and this runs under Queen's Bog. And then lastly is the Puget Sound energy easement. This is in orange, and it runs along the southern border of the park. Moving on to athletics, there is 1 Little League field and softball field on the north, a cricket pitch that is nestled between 2 soccer and lacrosse fields, as well as a practice cricket pitch on the left of the field that was installed in 2019. There is existing parking, a small restroom, and a play area that also support the park. Next, we have critical areas and trails. As you can see from the aerial, Queen's Bog is a predominant system within the park, then followed by a series of smaller wetlands. There's also one wetland directly adjacent to the park. And then lastly, there are a series of both formal and informal trails that surround the natural systems and active portions of the park. Stormwater has been a discussion topic and a strong element throughout the master planning process that led us to look beyond the park boundary to see where the water is coming from, how it's being treated, and to understand the area draining into the bog. What we learned is that the park is not the only area draining into the bog. The drainage basin is significantly larger, which you can see in that lighter purple area beyond the park boundary. There are a number of both direct and indirect outfalls that feed into the bog. And then lastly, related to stormwater, is that there is a well within the BPA easement, and that is a part of an aquifer recharge area and well protection zone, and those will have impacts on how we treat stormwater as well. And then next, I'd like to summarize what we heard from the community during our public outreach. We started off with a public workshop and survey to hear what the community's vision for the park was, as well as meetings with the commission and council. From those meetings, we developed our park vision. The overall vision for Klahani Park is first and foremost to protect Queen's Bog, to understand it, and to educate the community without getting too close to the bog. Next is to gather and celebrate. We recognize that the park is heavily programmed, but we also heard that there's not a lot of space for gathering with family, and we want to create a space for families to be able to be together and build those memories. And then third is to balance those passive and active activities. Both are important to the community, but we understand there was a desire to have more balance between the two. Now, this vision led us to a series of master plan alternatives. We looked at both open space and trail alternatives and what would be the look and feel of the park. And the intent of this exercise was to provide bookends of development, looking at a minimum, a moderate, and a maximum approach to development. So starting off with open space, concept A moves the soccer fields to the north and the baseball field along the southern edge of the park and maintains natural grass. Doing this opens up the center of the park for more flexible open space with a community green. This option slightly expands the parking lot. Feedback we heard was that people liked this unprogrammed space and keeping the fields natural, but they were not supportive of the baseball field bordering the road. This made the park feel less welcoming and more like a sports facility. Concept B is most similar to our preferred plan. It generally keeps the soccer field in their current location, but it moves the baseball field slightly to create a full-size cricket field. This option nearly doubles the parking lot size and also includes cascading buyer retention. People liked this more natural drainage approach and having a central play area, whereas they disliked a smaller community green in this option. And then concept C combines the fields into one large fenced multi-purpose area with synthetic turf and lights. It separates the cricket field to the north to provide a natural grass area. This option was overwhelmingly opposed by the public when we presented it, but there were some support by sports leagues. And then next onto trail alternatives. Concept 1 keeps and improves the paved trails, but removes a trail that followed the southern edge of the bog. The community generally liked this option, aside from shifting the paved trail along Southeast 32nd to follow the road directly. Concept 2 increased the number of trail connections to the neighborhoods and schools, as well as added a boardwalk and a lookout onto Queen's Bog. The community liked the overlook, but had safety concerns with vandalism and disliked a trail that went behind the homes. And then concept C includes a number of boardwalks to overlook Queen's Bog. It's similar to concept 2, but it added a bridge across a portion of the bog. And really the only thing that was liked about this option was the previous trail components. Otherwise, people generally were opposed to the number of access points to the bog, as well as the trails being so close to the buffer. So what we heard from all of these options is that the community preferred a lighter footprint on the park and limited access to the bog, but also wanted to maintain the park's character rather than feeling like a sports complex. So responding to the feedback that we heard, we revised the design alternatives and prepared a preferred plan for review. So starting a little zoomed out, there are a series of trail systems within the park. Beginning at the north with this animation, we are proposing to improve the asphalt trail that follows Southeast 32nd Street. And next, the East Plateau Trail under the BPA easement will be slightly revised to have a more meandering character. And we are also proposing to remove the more informal trails that are in close proximity to the bog to help keep people away from the bog. I do want to note that there is a portion of the trail outside of the park property. It's on the left of your screen. We have included it, but this section is maintained by the HOA and would require a partnership for the trail work to be completed. But we wanted to include this section to make sure we're looking at the park holistically. And then we'll zoom in to the more programmable open space. So we are proposing to keep the soccer fields where they are generally, but shifting slightly north to allow for a nearly full-size cricket field with natural grass. The fields are shifted in order to keep the hillside and grove of trees to the south by number 6, which was a priority by the community. The practice cricket pitch will be preserved. The parking lot will be expanded a little bit. So by restriping to current standards and expanding slightly to the west, we're able to nearly double the size of the parking lot and include a drop-off area. Just north of the parking lot is the community garden, which is number 4. The play area is moved to the north by number 1, away from the road and in a more central location to the community green, picnic shelter, and relocated restrooms. The community green, which is number 2, will allow for more unstructured play, as well as for events to take place. And then another element to make this happen is the baseball field has been shifted to the west by number 8. The field will be natural grass with synthetic turf infield as a response to maintenance considerations and longevity of use. And then next is the natural progression of stormwater systems with boardwalks. So by number 9 and number 11. This bioretention area will capture a majority of stormwater from the site, but it will not be able to treat the entire park. So additional stormwater will be needed, will need to be treated and held underneath the soccer field. And then lastly, touching on trails, there is an accessible paved loop trail around the soccer field, as well as secondary loop trails with boardwalks through the bioretention areas, and a smaller loop trail around the community green. So approximate cost ranges have been added to the next few slides. And I just wanted to note that these include soft costs, escalation, mobilization and overhead, sales tax, as well as a substantial contingency. So starting off with trails, the trails segment would be focused on removing more informal trails that are very close to the bog and wetland system. We would also relocate any preferred trails outside of the buffer. We look at repairs to the asphalt trail that follows Southeast 32nd Street, as well as improvements to the East Plateau Trail, and lastly, some portions of the boardwalk trail near the stormwater area. This work would cost approximately $3.5 to $4 million. Next is cricket and soccer fields. This area focuses on the accessible loop trail and soccer fields within the trail. It also includes seating and gathering areas within that system. This work would cost approximately $6 to $6.5 million. The play area and ball field work takes essentially all the other programmable elements. It takes the play area, the restrooms, baseball field, community garden, and picnic shelters. The play area piece would not only be a relocation, but it would also be a significant expansion. The current play area only serves the 2 to 5 year range, and the expansion will be making playgrounds for all ages. This work would cost approximately $9 to $9.5 million. And then the last piece is the support facilities. Now, these support facilities aren't intended to be completed by themselves. This is parking and stormwater improvements that are needed to support the overall park development and are intended to be included with the two larger segments, either the soccer fields or with the play area, whichever would be implemented first. The support facilities would cost approximately $2 to $3 million. And I just wanted to note that this work would be implemented when amenities reach the end of their life. And there will be significant costs associated with the development and or replacement of amenities at the end of their life, regardless of proceeding with the preferred plan. And there is an efficiency to completing improvements at one time. So we wanted to show the cost for development if these segments were consolidated. We've broken out construction costs, sales tax, contingency, and soft costs. And this would come just under $20 million if everything was done in one fell swoop. So what we heard when we presented this to the commission nearly 2 years ago was a unanimous vote to proceed with the preferred plan and to select the cricket and soccer field work to go first with the support facilities. We reintroduced the preferred plan in the segments this past October, and there were no concerns with the previous recommendations. Additionally, there was support from both the community on the preferred plan as well as the Klahani Association. Now, that all said, when the preferred plan was presented to City Council in December of 2019, members of the council expressed concern, specifically with the magnitude of costs when compared to the amenities gained. The council moved to not vote on the preferred option and asked to see the results of the comprehensive athletic field study for the city. So with that, I will next touch on the findings of the athletic field study. Now, the intent of this study was to provide recommendations for improvements at sports fields to remedy deficiencies and add capacity while emphasizing cost-saving measures. There were 4 main components of this effort: to better understand national and local sports and population trends, analyze how the fields in the city were being used, do surveys with leagues and organizations that use our fields, and then lastly, evaluate capacity at existing facilities. This was a citywide assessment of the existing fields with 50 fields as part of the assessment. And as you can see, the city-owned fields account for about 1/3 of the overall inventory. Data collected from the athletic field study allowed us to gain a better understanding of trends, community needs, and athletic field usage across facilities that were managed and scheduled by the city. The study provided recommendations that are intended to maximize capacity and better serve the needs of our local residents. Some general recommendations include, but are not limited to, renovating existing facilities for multi-use, improving overall playing conditions and field quality, building 2 additional baseball fields in the northern half, building 2 multi-use synthetic fields with lights, and then upgrading 5 ball fields to synthetic infield. So before jumping into usage and recommendations for Klahani specifically, I wanted to touch on the existing field conditions, as this was a question during the master plan process. In reviewing the service life of the 3 fields, the baseball field was observed to be declining in performance, specifically the infield, with observable corrective maintenance and or repairs required. And then the 2 multi-purpose fields are nearing the end of their service life. They require constant attention, have consistently substandard performance, and fail most functional requirements. Now, while it's difficult to outline a specific date for when the fields will no longer be playable, it's generally understood that natural grass fields have a service life of 20 to 25 years. And as the fields continue to age, more frequent maintenance and repairs are required to maintain a similar quality of play. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, these fields were built in the early 1990s. Now, in regards to usage, the multi-use fields at Klahani Park are actually the highest used fields after the synthetic turf at Eastlake High School, with hours rented nearly at capacity for natural grass fields. Of these hours rented, cricket accounts for almost half, Klahani Park is the only city park with a cricket pitch. And the table here shows the numbers of hours for the 3 fields with the potential increase in hours based on the preferred plan or with synthetic turf and lights. So upgrading these existing natural grass fields per the preferred plan wouldn't likely increase capacity in terms of hours rented, but it's important to note that it would improve the overall quality, performance, and reliability of the fields. A complete renovation would also better equip the field to tolerate heavy use while reducing the frequency of maintenance and repairs. During the athletic field study, options were explored to convert the multi-purpose fields to synthetic turf with lights, which would increase capacity in terms of hours. This option is preferred by the soccer leagues, but is not preferred by the cricket league, who represents the biggest user group. And then furthermore, converting these fields to synthetic turf and lights was widely opposed by the community during the outreach process of the master plan. So therefore, the consultant recommended proceeding with the preferred plan as the fields reach the end of their life. So circling back to the beginning of the presentation for what we will be requesting from Council this evening, first is consensus on proceeding with the preferred plan, and second, consensus on authorization to proceed with the SEPA review process. If there's consensus to proceed with the SEPA review, staff will be preparing an agenda item for the consent calendar on January 18th to authorize staff to begin the SEPA process. So with that very lengthy presentation and recap on the master plan process, I'd like to thank you so much for listening and open up for your questions and discussion.
Thank you, Shelby. Great job on the presentation. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Kevin Teague. I'm the Deputy Director of Parks, Recreation, and Facilities. And we're anxious to hear your questions or try to answer them. So I would, yeah, go ahead if you have them.
We've got a couple hands raised. Councilmember Howe.
Thank you. My first question has to do with the trails and the ones that are the informal trails that are being deleted. I did get a public comment today that was talking about the middle school potentially using those informal trails for their cross-country runs. Would they have alternatives? And that's one question. The other question is, for the informal trails, are these actually human-created trails, or are they animal-created trails that humans are following, or do you know?
Great question, Councilman Howell. Juliet, are you available to answer that on the trails?
Yes, I sure am. So there were a couple of questions in there. One was specific to, I think, the school using the trails for their cross-country meets. We did talk to the schools during, or to one of the coaches, I think it was, during the process to talk about what they use and how they use and what their preferences are. This would not necessarily preclude them from having their meets at the park. They do prefer those very natural soft surface trails. And the trails as they exist right now encroach into that buffer for Queen's Bog. So including, I believe, some of the trails that they currently use. Some of them appear, I don't know if I've been there in the community as long as those that attended our meetings. Some of them do appear to be more human-made, potentially started off as more animal trails, but are definitely wide enough and used regularly enough to feel more like intentional trails. Those are the ones we really want to pull out to protect the bog. It doesn't preclude them from using it, but when we had our public process, there was some really extensive public comment on trails, and we had shown multiple options to the community about different levels of investment in trails, different soft surface, hard surface, overlooks, educational opportunities, and the overwhelming response was to keep those trails out of the bog because you just can never replace this bog.
Great, thank you.
I don't have any more hands raised, but I have a few questions myself. I'm going to stick with the trails over here. near the bog, because we being council, received some comment earlier today relative to educational opportunities with those trails that might present with the bog. Obviously understand the value of the bog, and these come around once in about 2,000 years. But I did want to ask if there was any consideration for an educational opportunity with any of those trails. And on that same note, how many miles or fraction thereof of trails are being decommissioned?
Great question. Juliet, you want to continue?
Yes, I certainly can. While I respond to the educational component, I'll ask Shelby if you maybe jump in with the miles of trails being decommissioned. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but there might be something in one of the earlier slides that we can kind of indicate. Educational component was a discussion topic quite heavily. Part of that boardwalk trail through the stormwater facilities have sort of little nodes for outdoor education associated with them. They go through the stormwater facility as part of a constructed wetland, and to be able to interpret and understand relationships between stormwaters, wetlands, and the bog, because those are all very closely held together. And that was really an interesting idea and supported. The elementary school next door in particular would not venture too far away from the school, so it was in close proximity, and actually tied right across the easement is an existing wetland on their own site as well. So they're excited for kind of that dual education opportunities. The educational opportunity to get into the bog was again part of that large discussion. What is the value of the education and the access to the need to protect it? And once you bring access in from a septet, a crime prevention through environmental design, pedestrian safety, security, you don't want to just have a single access with an overlook. You really need to interconnect it so that there's a way in and out in case of a safety or perceived safety impression from the public. It doesn't necessarily improve or increase or decrease the potential use by transient, which I know is also a discussion topic we had extensively during that public process. I think one of the end of the day, again, removing that access was just super supported by the vast majority of the people who attended these meetings. One of the things that did come out of the discussion was a really interesting idea raised by someone from the community about a virtual educational opportunity. Just because we're not providing physical access to the bog doesn't mean that having virtual cameras, being able to provide live data, being able to support monitoring. There's other kinds of sort of designated escorted activities that happen to support the bog. Those sorts of exceptions, to the process are things that would be discussed and still a potential, but the general public having this kind of free access into it is what was really excluded by pulling away those additional trails.
Okay, yeah, I really actually like that idea of having a camera in there as, an opportunity to kind of peer into the bog. I myself have been on those trails that are near the bog, and it actually is really amazing in there. But I understand the value the bog has. But cameras, while I know are probably not a part of this package, I wouldn't want to lose that thought from the community as we look forward, because I just think that could add a lot of value and does capture that need or desire for the educational component without damaging the bog by having feet in there. I don't know if council or staff can always circle back if they don't have the miles that will be decommissioned. It's just kind of more of a curiosity thing more than anything. I know there's a lot of kind of trails that parallel one another in there.
The majority of the trail that's being commissioned is an existing trail that goes on the south side behind the adjacent residences, between those residences and the bog. That's kind of a big chunk of trail that was determined to try and be decommissioned. That's actually part of the HOA and not part of the master plan. There's only a handful of trails that kind of encroach in what's mostly the northeast corner. So it's not like super significant, but there is definite access, if that helps at all with the sort of scale of what we're talking about.
Sure. I think the other question I had and another concern that was raised from community members was surprise that turf is still a viable component of this master plan. And so I'm just curious if we can get a little bit more background on any conversations that were had either in the community or at the Parks Commission relative to the environmental impacts that turfing the infield of the baseball field, as well as the cricket pitch, the practice cricket pitch will have, especially as it pertains to the bog itself. So if someone can speak to kind of the science behind having natural turf on those, I understand the longevity component. I think that was spoken to by Shelby during her presentation, but I'm interested in the environmental component of that and what is the impact of turf versus artificial synthetic turf on the bog itself and the wetlands that surround there.
That was definitely issues that were considered, and I know that there's less than a half acre of synthetic surfacing being proposed with the infield and the cricket pitches. I'm not sure if Eric, if you are on, if you want to speak to that at all. I think you're muted there, Eric.
Of course I am.
Thank you.
Yeah, so first of all, the Department of Ecology and the city's own storm drainage code requires any effluent or any stormwater runoff that passes over or through the synthetic turf be treated at what's called an enhanced water quality level. So in addition to or as a kind of a separate system from the bioswales that we talked about earlier, either a engineered water quality solution would be included. I'll also point out that there's a perception about synthetic turf and the various types of materials that are used in synthetic turf. Some are more likely to have effluent that contain environmentally impactful compounds like SBR crumb rubber versus perhaps a coating on that crumb rubber that encapsulates that material or organic materials. Don't know that that's been predetermined at this point, what exactly we would be using there. Suffice it to say that the environmental impacts would be negated by the necessary water quality treatment.
So
it's,
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and it's also important to note that natural fields also are directed toward stormwater systems as well, because the chemicals and fertilizers and other things that can happen on natural fields. So really in either case, water is being contained and treated and not directly overflown into the bog where it would create a negative impact on that system.
Okay, I guess the answer I'm looking for is which one is best, given, and I don't mean best from a longevity of the field. I think the answer to that is the turf. The question is from an environmental standpoint and the health of the bog. I understand that we'll be treating stormwater regardless of if it's natural turf versus synthetic turf. But I think the question is, in a perfect world, which one is better?
I don't know if I have the answer to that. I think it's a balance between the long-term maintenance, care of the fields, long-term longevity of the fields themselves, as well as the environmental impact. And I guess I'll just open it, Eric, or Juliet, if you have anything else to add to that, or clarification, feel free to speak up. But
I think it's been made pretty clear that natural grass requires far more inputs, if you will, in the form of fertilizers and less frequently, but on occasion, pesticides of some type or another, if not fungicides. In the operation and maintenance world, we refer to that as inputs, whether it's irrigation, water, fertilizer, nutrients, and again, herbicides, pesticides, fungicides. In addition to that, the far more frequent use of internal combustion engines in the form of the maintenance equipment and the frequency of maintenance and mowing, aerating, thatching, distribution of the previously mentioned pesticides, fertilizers, et cetera. I think it's very clear that synthetic turf being all but inert, and again, acknowledging that depending on the materials that are incorporated in the synthetic turf system, there may be some level of leachate. It's really fairly negligible, even even though it is required to have water quality treatment. If all we're talking about strictly is negative environmental discharge as a result of the ongoing upkeep and maintenance, I'd have to say that natural grass almost certainly requires or results in far more discharge.
Okay. And I think that's the answer that I'm looking for is that it sounds like the turf option is actually the more environmentally friendly option as far as the bog goes. And the reason I think I'm focused on the bog, and I'm sure fellow council members in the community are too, is that you can't just create these overnight. They literally take, thousands of years to create. And so I don't mind as a council member spending more money on natural turf if natural turf were the right prescription for the bog. It sounds like it's not, given fertilizers and upkeep from mowing and anything else that we might have to throw on the grass. It sounds like the turf, and specifically even the infill that we choose, and I think that will be key for us in the future as council members, is to make sure we're using the best possible infill when the turf goes in that's as environmentally friendly as possible. So thank you. I appreciate you answering that question. I just wanted to kind of make sure that I was settled on that turf then before proceeding. Certainly. Okay, we definitely have more hands up. Councilmember Lamb.
I had a couple of questions, and the first one is going back to the informal trails. There was a couple of comments regarding the removal of the informal trails, and I actually do use the informal trails. And so I completely understand 100% protecting the bog. And from what I've read, it sounds like what affects the bog the most negatively is storm water runoff. So I guess the question is, and I'm just trying to balance like what people want to keep and protecting the bog, is keeping the informal trails. Would that negatively impact the bog that much? And I guess part of the same question is that buffer that's created around the bog now, is that was that done by like a wetland expert, and they said that let's keep everything out, including informal trails, out of that buffer area?
I think we'll ask Juliet if you want to go ahead and answer that one as well.
Yeah, certainly. The wetland and the bog, as well as their associated buffers, were identified and studied by an environmental science specialist with bog, who works with bog specifically. There was also coordination and discussions with some of the other agencies that have been studying these bogs for a very long time. They set the buffers associated with them. The city code does allow some trails into like the outermost, and I forget the number, but a small encroachment into the outermost portion of the buffer. And it was strongly recommended to not allow any encroachment into the buffer in order to protect it. The water quality of the bog is what you're referring to. One of the biggest detriments of the bog itself is in that nutrients, and those nutrients that come from direct discharges and overflows, primarily from stormwater. Those affect all the various chemicals and nuances of that water and the nutrients that affect the species that make up the bog and make it so unique. So people and foot traffic that is not pollution generating is not the primary indicator of what is affecting the plant communities in the bog itself. But what it does do is the more intrusions by anybody into that bog, the more compaction, the more trash, the more dogs, the more everything that potentially gets in there. And while it's not one of the primary components that is affecting the water quality of the bog, it does significantly affect the quality of the habitat and that buffer that protects the bog. And all of those systems are just so intertwined. That was, I think, a lot of that rationale.
Okay. Just a second question was that I saw that there was a comment that that the play field, I think in one of the options, that it was too far, and it's showing up in the same place in the preferred master plan. It was too far from the parking lot. And so I was just wondering, is it possible to move that play area closer to the garden? That's just something to look at.
Are we talking the play field, like the actual ball field, or the playground?
Oh, playground, moving the playground closer to the garden, because there was a comment that said the playground was too far from the parking area. You know, like lots of little kids would have to walk like whole lengths of the field to get to the play area. Mom.
If you were to park at the, especially if you were parking up like the last stall closest to the road, it is a bit of a hike over to the playground. The drop-off area is very close to the playground, and those stalls that are close to the drop-off area is actually quite close to the playground. One of the big components we actually had in the drivers for locating the playground where we did, and in all of the options, we pulled the playground quite a bit further away from the parking, was the desire that we heard from the community to actually create that separation for the safety of the kids playing. So in order to greatly expand the playground, really take advantage of the slope, create a kind of a truly unique tie into the wetland and the stormwater system, use the slope as part of our playground so we get a really inclusive play. It needed to be located a little bit closer to the topography that we could use to create all of that experience and intentionally get the separation from the playground. So what we heard is they wanted to walk a little farther so that there was not the concern with the proximity of kids running into the parking lot, which is what happens a lot now.
Thank you.
Councilmember Treen.
Yeah, so just wanted to remind everybody that it's 9:49 p.m. Public comment was supposed to be at 9:30. So with that in mind, I'd like to make a privileged motion to adjourn. I move to set the time for adjournment to this meeting for 11 p.m. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Seconded. Any discussion?
It cannot be debated or amended. So we need to just take a majority vote and it goes forward.
Councilmember Treen, I do need to comment that a subsequent motion can still be made to extend the meeting beyond 11 p.m.
Yeah, if business is going to move forward, then a motion to adjourn has to fail to extend the meeting.
Very good. Councilmember Treen, did you have another question, or are we ready to vote?
I'm ready.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, I need hands raised, which means I need cameras on. And actually the discussion picture on our screen is preventing me from seeing all council members.
Sorry, one second here.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Okay, so then all those in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Aye. Nay. So I still can't see all the council members. I saw Amy, Councilmember Lamb, Councilmember Rand, Councilmember Gamblin, Councilmember Treen. There were others. I'm seeing staff members in here too, so I can't see. I'm trying to change my view here.
We'll need to do a roll call.
Okay, that means we are adjourning at 11 o'clock and we cannot extend. So if we don't get to council reports or something else, we're not extending, just for clarification. So, okay, ayes have it.
And then the only comment, Mayor Moran, if I may, or Malchow, excuse me, Mayor Malchow, is Shelby, I guess it's Shelby or Kevin, on this parks thing. It's $190 or $169 or $196,000 to do the master plan and the SEPA review. That's the financial commitment to this piece, correct? That's what I read.
I don't have that number. I know that we have about $86,000 left on what was originally allocated to complete the SEPA review and to finish the master plan report.
And the preferred plan is with natural grass?
Correct, with the synthetic infield on the ball field.
All right, my idea would be to proceed with the preferred master plan, authorize the staff to proceed with the SEPA review process. Thank you.
Do you want to make that a formal motion?
They weren't asking for an action tonight.
Well, there's direction, so we can give them direction by way of a vote.
Sure, I'll make a motion. Go ahead, Kevin.
I just really appreciate that. We weren't certain if you would be able to take action. We are prepared to bring an agenda bill on consent at your next meeting on the 18th with the formalized approval. If the council is in favor of moving forward with the SEPA and with the preferred master plan, then we will bring that at the next to the next meeting on consent.
That'll be fine with me.
Did you want to make that a motion, or someone want to make that a motion? And then we can put it on consent.
What do we motion? Sorry.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of proceeding with the master plan and authorizing staff to proceed with the SEPA, which will show up on consent at our next meeting, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, ayes have it, 6-1.
Thank you.
Excuse me, could you repeat who was opposed? I missed that.
Dissenting was Councilmember Lamb.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next item of business is the pavement management program update. I'm going to turn this over to Jeff Ellikish, our Public Works Director.
That will be a Public Works Director, Jeff Ellikish. We've just got to promote him.
I think I'm on. Can you hear me?
You are on, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Ben prepares to get the agenda item up, I'll do the introduction. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members, and City Manager. My name is Jeff Ellikish, Public Works Director. Tonight's presentation on this agenda item is one of several intended touch points we will have with the City Council on this topic. Future meetings will evaluate levels of service, and will eventually lead to the Council adopting a 6-year implementation plan, as well as a 2-year budget for 2023 and the 2024 budget cycle for the pavement management program, all of which occurs later this year. Tonight, we will be presenting the findings of the recent 2021 citywide pavement management system reassessment. The last one was completed approximately 5 years ago. Our presenter will be Ben Ressler, project manager from our Public Works CIP group, who will be making the presentation. Of note is that Ben has been working on this program system for several years and knows the ins and outs of it. So with that, Ben, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, council members and Madam Mayor, thank you for allowing me to discuss the city's pavement management program today. Is my screen being shared by chance?
Not yet.
Not yet.
That again.
There it comes.
All right, sorry about that. Okay, so the last time this program was discussed in detail was during a city council meeting in 2020 prior to the acceptance of our yearly overlay project. So this presentation will be an overview of our payment management program, why it's important, how our program is managed, and updates on the ongoing payment conditions survey. So payment management is the process of planning roadway maintenance and repairs over a roadway network in order to optimize the payment condition over the entire network. This means we don't necessarily look at roads on an individual basis, but rather take everything together. Sammamish has 210 center lane miles and approximately 427 lane miles. And so according to our estimates, and they're backed by APWA estimates, the American Public Works Association, our entire roadway network is worth over $328 million to completely reconstruct. So what we want to do is use various treatments to prolong the life of our roads prior to them needing to be reconstructed. There are many different tools that we can use to prolong the life of pavement. Crack sealing, we can do that early in the life, and it fills cracks with liquid asphalt to avoid water from entering the cracks. Our maintenance department has recently invested in a crack sealing machine and has been proactive on sealing a lot of our neighborhood streets. With a little more distresses, we may require patching or sealing. So a patch, we can do a spot pavement repair where we remove an isolated failure and rebuild the cross section before it begins affecting other locations. And then we can seal a road where we cover the whole street with a thin layer of asphalt to fill small cracks and street imperfections. These thin layers block water from infiltration and reduce oxidation. So different types of sealer-like treatments include slurry seals, microsurfacing, and HA5. The treatment that we use most in Sammamish is an overlay. And this is when we put a new pavement layer down, typically about 2 inches. And then it's you pretty much just have a brand new pavement surface. So then lastly, what we want to avoid is reconstruction. And this is when there's too many distresses to do a maintenance project. So as we continue with our program, we want to begin maximizing all the tools within our toolbox to prolong the life of our pavement prior to reconstruction. So our 2020 pavement condition assessment, agencies keep track of their roadway network and distresses through the pavement condition assessments. We conduct these every 3 to 5 years, and they provide the city with an updated information on the types, amount, and severity of different distresses on our roadways. They serve as a log or a diary to show the continued change of individual street segments. In 2021, the city consulted out our pavement condition assessment to Transmap. Their team used vehicles with lasers and sensors, and they drove every single lane mile in the city. The lasers scan the roadway surface and penetrate cracks, allowing them to catalog the size, depth, and severity of all cracks. Their vehicles are also outfitted with sensors to pick up on uneven surfaces, rutting, and other distresses. All in all, they're able to pick up 12 different types of distresses. One thing to note, this latest assessment was the most accurate assessment that has been completed in the city, because in 2020, Transmap was able to increase their data collection techniques and sum all of the distresses found within a street segment. In past practice, only a couple locations were reviewed, and the stresses were extrapolated over the entire section. So essentially, you were looking at one location or 2 locations, and you assume that that represents the whole segment. But Transmap is able to take all the distresses. They're one of the first teams that has implemented the full street collections. On the right is an example, one of the 3 meter by 5 meter rectangles that Transmap takes. It's essentially a photo of the road, and it shows the depths of the cracks. So the different colors represent different severities of cracks. And we have GIS layers for every single lane in the city showing cracks. The pavement condition assessment was completed last year, and we are now using that information with our pavement program consultant, Kimley Horn, to put together our 6-year maintenance plan. The city also utilizes the pavement management software Paver. Paver is a program that optimizes maintenance plans based on inputted historical information. It was originally built by the Army Corps of Engineers to track the condition of runways for the military, but its use has expanded, and it is one of the most widely used pavement management softwares for agencies like Sammamish. The system takes in all the distresses, severities, and quantities found on individual roadway segments and assigns a PCI, or a pavement condition index, value to each segment. I'll have an entire slide of what a PCI is on the next page. But based on the PCI and the age of the street, Paver will be able to create a network-wide deterioration curve, which will tell the city approximately the life we can expect out of a pavement and forecast failure rates. So after we create that, we input our own variables. So we input repairs, costs associated with repairs, any priorities, and then future funding levels. And the Paver software has built-in optimization analysis programs to run calculations, and it's used as a tool to determine locations and repair types to optimize maintenance funding. So Kimberly Horn, who's building our 6-year plan, is using a combination of Paver, their own in-house payment model, plus their professional review as they put their plan together. So I was just talking about a PCI. So what is a PCI? It's a number between 0 and 100 that gives a general indication of the condition of the street. A 0 would theoretically be impassable, and a 100 is either a brand new road or a road that has recently been repaved. So this index was also originally designed by the Army Corps of Engineers and was standardized by the ASTM, or the American Society of Testing Materials, which means that all agencies are working off the same scale for calculating PCI. And then there's 7 different levels within the ASTM. There's a good, satisfactory, fair, poor, very poor, serious, and failed. And I have all of our streets within our city broken out by this scale in an upcoming slide. So the results of the pavement condition assessment was that our network-wide PCI came out to be an 85.6. This represents approximately 1 point increase since our rating 5 years ago in 2016. It's good news, obviously. It means that the city's pavement program is on track. And it also means that our average street falls within the good level by the ASTM. This increase can be attributed to a couple factors. The city has invested into the program. There's also been a lot of other restoration on our streets through public, utility, and private projects. Another point is that 75 to 80% of our roadways are residential, so they see low traffic volumes leading to longer lifespans. And then finally, the removal of representative sampling from our data collection is also likely reflected in this higher PCI. Talking with neighboring cities, our PCI values are noticeably higher than Issaquah, Redmond, and Kirkland, who all fall within the mid to low 70s. And then just for some of the new council members, I put different examples of PCI levels down at the bottom. So the one on the left is a brand new street, or is a recently overlaid street. And then the one on the right is Shore Lane, which is our worst street in the city. Okay, so I mentioned earlier that Paver will create a deterioration curve. So the curves look approximately like this theoretical curve on the screen. In our graph, by taking the pavement age and the current condition and creating a best fit line. We call this curve on the screen the pavement life cycle curve, and it helps us estimate when to repair a street. The condition of pavement typically stays in good health for an extended period of its life until the stresses start to accumulate. The pavement will exponentially deteriorate. And this is reflected in the chart with the curve in the green section dropping quickly through the yellow section into the red section. So then depending on the condition of the pavement, there are different treatment types to apply to prolong the life of the pavement. After the treatment is applied, many of the treatments will essentially reset the street condition back to 100 because they reflect a like new street finish, and the life cycle will be shown as restarting, similar to the secondary curves that are the blue curves coming off the black curve. One thing to note, paver represents impacts from minor treatments such as sealing by just holding the PCI in place that you perform that repair or the maintenance project at for a set number of years, because it's saying that it's not new, it's just maintaining. So as noted in the chart, there's a wide cost difference between pavement treatment types. It's significantly cheaper to resurface a road within the yellow section than it is to wait a couple of years and end up with a street below a PCI of approximately 45. The city aims to resurface streets at a PCI 55 to 60 because anything under 45 typically has too many deficiencies to resurface, and the street would probably need to be reconstructed. It's also important to note that because of the exponential nature of the curve, the window for timing when to overlay a street is short, typically only a handful of years. So it's important to be prepared to act to maintain these streets. So here's the results of the latest condition assessment, broken out by the ASTM level. As you can see, 89.9% of our network falls in either a good or a satisfactory condition, which is why most of the chart is green. And then a quick way just to visualize repairs that need to be done. If you look at the yellow and orange streets, those are typically your overlay candidates. And then red and gray are typically below 45 and would need to be checked out by a geotechnical engineer. So our network is in really good condition because the city has invested heavily over the past 10 years or so. So between 2010 and 2020, the city repaved 81 center lane miles of road, which is approximately 38% of our 210 center lane mile network. And this does not include any capital projects with resurfacing, nor utility or private development where the city has required overlaying as a condition of the permit. So treatments and costs. There's a lot of information on this slide, but it represents costs associated with different types of repairs and the life we hope to get out of them. These treatments, estimated full costs and expected results are what Kimley-Horn will be using to determine our long-term maintenance plan. These are just planning level program costs. They'll be evaluated further in depth on project level, and then the units may be revised if construction costs start to increase just within the region. And then notice that we are proposing multiple types of treatments, not just an overlay. And we are also focusing on the estimated full cost of repairs for planning. In the past, we'd looked at mostly just construction costs. So this page shows the plan for our resurfacing in 2022. We plan to overlay 228 between Southeast 8th Street and Northeast 8th Street. We have received a federal grant totaling over $1.5 million to cover design, construction, and construction management for the project, which will cover everything. We completed the ADA improvements last year in preparation for this project. And so we're hoping to do this with as little impact to residents as possible. We're also going to be overlaying 244th, 246th, 247th between Kalani Boulevard and Issaquah Falls City. If you take Transmap's deterioration curve that they put together for us, the average PCI will be below a 47 before we can get to the repairs this summer. And then we're also going to be doing Kalani Drive between 252nd and Issaquah Falls City Road. That section is heavily cracked. So I have included snips from paver showing the estimated conditions this summer during construction or right before we'd be constructing the roads. You can see that they're all in the yellow to light red category, which is the target for an overlay. The light red in paver is equivalent to the orange from a couple of slides ago. I tried to break it out to make it easier to see on the previous slides. So in the fall, we will also be putting out our crack sealing contract to try to attack some of the arterials that we've done recently that are just now starting to show their first signs of deterioration. And those streets will be confirmed as part of our 6-year maintenance plan. So the next steps, the next discussions on the payment management program will be later this spring when we are preparing to finalize our 6-year maintenance plan. We will be working with City Council to determine the level of service we want the program to be providing. We're also going to have ongoing discussions through the summer and fall as we approach the budget cycle. On a project level, we're going to have both construction projects out for construction award this spring. And that is the presentation. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Yes, we have Councilmember Howe.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So first of all, can you just overlay and overlay and overlay and overlay? Because it looks like it goes down ad infinitum, and it's just, you can always do this? Or is it like a roof where you can do it a bunch of times, but not forever?
Eventually, you don't necessarily want to keep going.
Right.
You're also limited. It really depends. I've seen some roads that are very thick that have been overlaid quite a few times. You can also be limited if there's curb and gutter. You have to match the curb and gutter, which means that you're typically taking off the top layer only and then putting it back. But without curb and gutter, you can typically build up over a few layers.
And out of curiosity, just looking at the differences between Issaquah, Redmond, and ourselves, and it's great numbers. Love to see that. And I'm curious, would it have anything to do with the weight of large trucks, for example, that go across our roads that do end up in larger commercial sites like Redmond and Issaquah, but we may not get the same truck traffic?
Large trucks have significantly more, or they created significantly more damage to streets.
And do we have any weight limits on our streets?
I am not sure about that.
Should we?
I tell you what, we'll come back on that question and do a little bit of research, Councilmember Howe. I know that our principal arterials have some of it, but I don't have it off the tip of my tongue to be able to respond to that. But we'll get a memo out to you quickly with that information.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Clark.
Yeah, Ben, you mentioned the worst road in Sammamish, that Shore Lane. Is that on your 5 or 6 year plan? That I just
Yeah, so during the mid-buy back in November, City Council allocated funds. Since it's below 45 and it's within single digits, it needed to be a capital project. So funding was allocated to repair that road.
Thank you.
And related to that, just real quick, just a sidebar, we do have a list of the roads that are below 35 or 40. And we, as part of the implementation strategy, we're going to come back with how do we fix some of the worst first, and how do we preserve the best for the longest. And so again, we have to balance all of that, but we've done geotechnical analysis and know how bad the bad ones are. And we'll be bringing all that information back to you at a later date.
Thank you, Jeff.
Councilmember Lamb.
So it looks like we're spending about 3 million here. I was just wondering, is that an amount that we're looking at spending on average each year to keep our roads maintained? I just wanted to make sure like we're not spending too much, but we also want to maintain what we have.
Yeah, so prior to this most recent budget, we were spending about $3.5 million, and that included ADA improvements. During the last budget, it was reduced a little bit. We did end up getting the grant for 228th, which was very helpful. So we will be running these calculations with our new, as we put together a new maintenance plan and figure out what level of service we want to be achieving for the city. An 85 is phenomenal. And so we will have what can we buy essentially at different dollar amounts and be presenting that to you. But prior to this latest prior to this latest budget, we were spending about $3.5 million.
Thank you.
I was able to really quickly pull up one weight limit for Councilmember Howe. There may be something else, but there is a 30,000 gross vehicle weight limit on 212th Way between the intersection of East Lake Sammamish Parkway to Southeast 35th Way.
Thank you.
That's the only one I could find in code.
Right, because I just wonder if there's penalties for going over, like I'm thinking of larger construction trucks, stuff like that.
Any operator or owner of a motor vehicle causing or allowing a motor vehicle to violate the weight limit shall be subject to penalties set forth in RCW 46.44.105. I didn't look that up.
Oh, there's your memo. Nice job.
I had a question just given road conditions after a storm event. Like we've had, obviously, where there are cracks, water gets in. When you have incredibly cold temperatures, that water expands. And then as it thaws, it shrinks. And then we get potholes, to which I've noticed anywhere I drive, and not just in Sammamish, like literally anywhere I drive. All right, everybody experienced the same problem. Has staff had an opportunity to kind of take an assessment of our roadways, given the, the temperatures we had, a week or two ago, and the condition now given potholes? I mean, it sounds like that would be a patch and seal thing. Or will you rely upon residents to use the My Sammamish app to identify them for staff in helps to patch and repair those?
It's a combination of both, in the sense that our maintenance crews are out on the streets and become aware of those. And in fact, right after the snow melted, we had areas popping, so to speak, and they've already been out patching and putting cold mix in certain places. Of course, it won't last forever, but we welcome hearing about potholes. Through the C-Click Fix app is a great tool for the community, so that we can know where they are and begin, that work to get those restored, at least for the short term.
Great. Yeah, I think a lot of people have taken and put that app on their phone, and I'll give it a plug right here. You can go in the app store. It's My Sammamish is what you look for. You can put it on your phone, and then if you're driving and you run into a pothole, you can alert staff, and then they'll know where to come and fill it. Councilmember Lamb, did you have an additional question? Oh, you're on mute.
I was just going to go back to Councilmember Howe's question about weight limits. I know I live by Snake Hill, and prior to it being rebuilt or a couple of years ago, there was a weight limit on it. And then after it was repaved or reconstructed, the weight limit was taken off. And I guess maybe it's more of a comment that, because of the slope, and I don't know how that plays into keeping roads well maintained, that perhaps weight limits are a good idea even after the roads are rebuilt, because, just because of that area, I could see the road deteriorating. And so when we do repaving, maybe that's still a consideration, that we don't remove weight limits.
I think what we will do, Ben, is add that, it's a very good comment. We don't want to lose that. When we meet with our consultants on that, we want to have a section to address or explore what we need to do with weight limits, if at all. Okay. So great questions. Thank you, council members, for those too.
As a sidebar, that is the weight limit that I read. It's Snake Hill. Yeah. So I think we decreased the weight limit that we had. The road was literally slipping down the hill prior to the road being completely redone. So I think we diminished the weight limit. And in fact, at one point, we only allowed one direction. Like we had a I don't even know what they call it. Jeff would know. We put a temporary light up on the street, if you'll recall, just to avoid cars driving on the side closest to the downhill slope. But yeah. Councilmember Treen.
10:20, and we still have small wireless, so we should be moving along if there's nothing else. Thanks.
I don't see any more hands up, so that's where we're going to head next.
Nice job, Ben. Appreciate the effort.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you to staff on that, and great job relative to the numbers that we hold on our pavement condition. I think that's a real testament to, staff, conveying that information and its relevance to council and funding it in the budget so that we keep that up.
Thank you.
Our next item is the small wireless facilities and the draft framework franchise agreement and master license agreement with AT&T. Jeff, you get to hang on for this one.
You bet. I'm going to turn this one over to Audrey Starcy, our Deputy Public Works Director. She'll be doing the introduction and the presentation between her and other staff members. So Audrey?
Sorry, I always go to the wrong corner in Zoom. It's opposite on Teams, right? To unmute myself. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council members. With me tonight is one of our senior project engineers, Jed Ireland, who will be presenting to you our small wireless facility program in the right-of-way. There's some progress we've made, and we will be asking for council concurrence to proceed with a draft framework. So with that being said, let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet, sorry. How about now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So this evening we'll provide a very quick background and an overview of some of the regulation tools for the right-of-way for small wireless facilities. And as I just mentioned, we'll be asking for your concurrence with our recommendation to proceed with both a franchise agreement and a master license agreement, or an MLA. And at the end, we'll be asking for your feedback and any questions with regards to our next steps with the program. So just a little bit of background. We did present this very briefly. I think it was pretty late in the evening. I think November 9th council meeting. So we'll just go through a little bit of background on the program. Obviously, this is a rapidly changing and evolving industry. Wireless technology has greatly evolved in the last few years. And as providers have expanded their networks, so have the FCC orders. So new FCC orders have the aim or focus to expedite the development of small cell wireless nationwide, so 4G and 5G. In response, the city rewrote our SMC code 21A.56 to include small cell wireless facilities. That code was adopted by council in April of 2021. So our code serves as the overarching umbrella to regulate small wireless facilities in Sammamish. There are some additional tools that we can use to regulate those facilities within our right-of-way. Our code currently does require a franchise agreement, and that agreement serves as, typically industry standards, a 10-year agreement between the city and each provider. They are non-exclusive agreements. It does allow the provider to operate in our right-of-way. It includes a public process, meetings, and obviously council involvement. What is currently not in our code is a master license agreement. That is something that, excuse me, is a supplemental agreement. It further protects the city and the right-of-way. It gets into the details beyond our city code, maintenance, aesthetics, matching design standards within neighborhoods, and it's one more public process. So this evening, this is kind of just some distinguishments between the two different agreements. We have templates of both agreements. So as I mentioned, the franchise allows the wireless providers the opportunity to install their network within our right-of-way, the fiber that will connect to each small cell site. The MLA it's actually very specific. It's into the details and requirements for each one of those wireless equipment on our poles throughout the city. They both have public processes behind them. Both will be going forward to council in a draft format in February, and then we plan to bring the final back also in February with AT&T. Both processes must be adopted by council, and the franchise must be adopted before a provider can construct. As I mentioned, the franchise is currently in our city code, and the MLA is currently drafted into our in our franchise agreement. The purpose of the meeting tonight is to ask council concurrence if they agree with our recommendation of proceeding with both a franchise agreement and an MLA. And if you do concur, then we will be providing draft documents with AT&T. They plan to make applications soon, and we'll provide those draft agreements to council for your review in February. And with that, I will ask for your concurrence. And if you have any questions, Jed and I are here to answer any questions.
Treen.
Yeah, I concur with staff on this one. I think you should move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Lamb. Oh, Councilmember Lamb, you're on mute.
Sorry, I keep doing that. This franchise agreement is with AT&T. And so will other wireless carriers be able to use this equipment?
No, they would need to bring forward their own franchise agreement to install any small wireless in the right of way.
So how many small cells are we going to be putting up? Is AT&T looking to put up?
That's something they don't have the numbers yet. They haven't provided those with us. So this is just kind of the starting documents that allows them to get into our right of way. And then they can, my understanding of the process is they can apply for up to 10 sites at a time. Jed, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So do most cities allow, I don't even know, like, to me, it seems like there's going to be redundancy in equipment, and there's, you know, a lot of carriers, and every carrier could potentially ask for their own small cell towers too. So there will be redundancy in equipment. Is there a way to, I don't know, does the franchise agreement, can it be so that it be allowed so that other carriers can also use it? Or is that just not how they do things?
I can answer that. Because of the equipment they cannot combine on a facility. These facilities for small wireless is kind of the focus now, because that's where the technology is going. They're relatively small equipment, and so they cannot be shared on one pole. But what we encourage them, and we basically require them, unless they can demonstrate they can't, is to be co-locate on an existing pole. Probably that would be a street light pole. And there will be a lot of them potentially. Our code does limit, the Code of Federal Regulations kind of sets the requirements, but our code does limit them. They cannot be closer than 150 feet to each other.
So I know that fiber is needed for the small cell towers to run. Do we as a city kind of keep track of where we're laying fiber? I know that like about 39% of the city does have fiber. You know, it has fiber laid in. So if somebody comes in and they're, you know, wanting to build something, are we like kind of keeping track of where we're putting this, so that if a conversation comes up and we're looking at, say, municipal broadband, do we know like where things are kind of like dead zones, I guess?
We don't readily have that information, but we do work with liaisons for each of the utility and the telecom providers. And so we can get that, and they can give us line maps that would show where their facilities are. Also on our capital projects, we've installed empty conduit for future capability, for something mostly for interconnection between signals, but also the potential for something like a city fiber.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Our city manager has his hand up, so I'm going to let him cut the line here briefly.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, I think what is needed right now is for you to give just a quick overview of how the feds have dictated this. It's all federal law, so that council members understand we don't have much control at all. The only control that we have is perhaps through some of these franchise agreements. Is completely regulated through Congress. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would defer to Jed on this. There's also a clock that runs once the application starts. There's some things that way. So Jed, can you expand upon some of that city manager's alluding to?
Sure. Yes, the FCC has set these requirements in place because they wanted I guess, a uniform approach that cities would take, and they wanted to roll out these small wireless facilities. And so what our code does is it does what we can to improve the aesthetics and to require co-location, meaning that they use existing facilities and poles where possible to try to hide the infrastructure. And we have a robust permitting system that allows us to take these in and apply the requirements of a master license, a franchise agreement, and what we're proposing, a master license agreement that'll have all the criteria that are needed for public input. Now, once we have a master license agreement and a franchise agreement, if they're in the right of way and and they're on an existing pole, it will become administrative on how they work. The FCC has limited how, the spacing on these. Each carrier can have them within 350 feet of each other, of their own facility, and no closer than 150 feet to a competitor's facility. And so those are the things that we don't have control of. We also don't have control of the shot clock. The shot clock meaning when they make a permit application, we have 10 days to determine if it's complete. Otherwise, it's deemed complete. So we have to be on top of these. And that's why DCD has done their homework, and they completed the wireless code was amended last year. And now we're just looking at, we're going to be using the franchise agreement and the master license agreement to make sure that we can improve the quality and the aesthetics as we can, making sure they meet the look of each neighborhood location, matching in color and in type for the existing poles.
I would just add too that the application shot clocks themselves, so once we do deem that application complete, the shot clocks for submittal and review are very tight too. It's a 60-day turnaround for most of those. So it's a very quick process. So the benefit of having an MLA up front is we can get a little bit more control ahead of time and have more details ahead of time.
Councilmember Moran?
Listening to what you've got to get done in 10 days for the permit, and knowing what we had put in place when I was on the planning commission, I'm wondering, do we still have anything in place that has any regulations on the looks of what these things look like anymore? I mean, I know some of my favorite cities have got some pretty tight regulations on what these towers and stuff have to look like. And I'm just wondering if we have anything in place anymore.
So I'll address that. We do have, our code right now does address the height limits, which are regulated by the FCC, but then also that they meet the character of the neighborhood and that they match in color and in type. And there's a lot of requirements that are needed if they do not match or if they cannot be co-located on an existing pole. So that's what we have. The master license agreement, further, when we negotiate with AT&T, we're going to be looking at what specifically they can offer us in terms of look to match the different types of luminaires, for instance, that we have throughout the city, to make sure that each style will blend in.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
I don't see any additional hands raised, so. Nope, that's okay. Well, thank you.
So just to be clear, we have council's concurrence for both the franchise and the master license agreement going forward. Is that what we're seeing?
Yes, from me.
Thank you. And you'll see us back in February with draft agreements for both with AT&T.
Great.
In the meantime, let us know if there's any questions that we can answer. So thank you.
Nice job, Audrey and Jed.
Okay, next we have public comment. Pursuant to the Governor's Emergency Proclamation 20-28, the city is unable to provide an in-person location for the public to listen to the virtual city council meeting this evening. However, meetings are still accessible to the public and public comment is able to be submitted. Written comment would have already needed to be submitted for this meeting by 5 p.m. end of business day. Those go into our city clerk, El Hashi at sammamish.us. You can also copy the council at Sammamish or at city council at sammamish.us. Verbal comment, up to 3 minutes of verbal public comment may be provided per person live during the meeting. During public comment, the city clerk will ask attendees to press the raise hand button if they wish to give comment. If joining the meeting by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. When it is your turn to speak, the clerk will unmute you and you will be given the ability to turn on your web camera if desired. You will be notified when you have 15 seconds remaining to wrap up your comments, after which you will be muted at the end of the 3-minute period. Lita, do we have, looks like we've got a couple of hands up, or at least one hand up.
Yeah, if you wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand. I see we have one hand that has been raised, and I'll transfer them to a panelist. Ramiro Valderrama.
Yes, former Deputy Mayor Ramiro Valderrama. There appears to be no end in sight to the ethical and potentially legal concerns regarding our city leadership. We are all aware of the investigation of the city manager, and despite his request for a public hearing, the council has avoided its responsibilities to address this. Might the reason be that the members of the council have also shared confidential city business? I cited last week similar issues and ethics of mishandling of confidential data by Mayor Malchow, the November 16th declarations by citizen schools on receiving confidential data, and of the PRR 4053 between Mueller and schools saying they've shared information with Malchow. While Mickey Mueller vehemently denies it, Scholes has said Mueller knows that he was telling the truth. This is a serious accusation that the council needs to investigate. What is more troubling is that same PRR cites that Mueller sent the council a packet of documents that was distributed in executive session, and that in that meeting, Kent and Ken were not reviewed. They had not reviewed the material, and Christie took it upon herself to kick Ken and Kent out of the executive session because they had not read it. I include a copy of that packet of the NDA, which was of Tom Odell's for your review. This process of demanding an NDA for the handling of publication of public information by council member is not only unprecedented, it's unethical, wrong, and appears to have violated public meetings and public records requests that had taken place, as well as the issues of not allowing city attorneys to be able to be present and provide guidance. Furthermore, it's become now apparent that council members, starting with Mayor Malchow, have been using communications with Signal, Telegram, Slack, WhatsApp, among others, to communicate with the citizens, thereby not utilizing the city-provided phones. Clearly, this is a violation of the Public Records Act and city guidance, as well as state guidance for the use of city phones to conduct all business, and that it allows citizens to know what is taking place. What was before a few serious ethics and data violations is now a full open Sammamish Malchow gate. The citizens need to understand how many more violations there are, how deep these violations of trust and ethics run. The council needs to act ethically and transparently to uphold the trust of its citizens. If the city manager's issues call for a full investigation, then this council is obliged morally and ethically to act immediately to begin an investigation of Mayor Malchow
15
and any
seconds.
other council member, past or present, that's been involved in these unethical acts or potential violations of state and city regulations. Furthermore, we need to release the unredacted city manager investigation report and make it available to the public immediately.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that is wishing to give public comment, Lita?
I do not see any more further raised hands.
Great, thank you. Next, we have council reports and the city manager report. So I'll just kind of go down the line, and order I see you on my screen. So Councilmember Lamb, do you have a report? Oh, unmute again. It's okay, we all do it.
We'll get my act together. Tomorrow I'll be attending the SCA Public Issues Committee, otherwise known as the PIC committee. And there's 2 action items that I'll be voting on, and I just need approval for 2 of them. One is pretty basic. It's just approving the Public Issues Committee 2021 meeting schedule, which is meeting the second Wednesday of each month at 7 p.m. And the second is approval of the 2022 SCA legislative agenda. There are 5 main things on the agenda. One is investing in transportation and infrastructure and mobility. Priority on economic recovery for small businesses from COVID-19. Addressing the fiscal needs of cities to provide local services. The 4th one is addressing housing instability by preserving and increasing affordable housing. And lastly, the continued support of local control over city law enforcement policies. There is, I sent an email with like additional information. If you guys could just provide feedback, that would be great before tomorrow's meeting at 7.
Yeah, I think if we just grab that here, then we kind of avoid the OPMA. So I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Does anyone have an issue with her voting affirmatively on these? All right.
None.
Let's go.
No, I sent you mine.
Did you have feedback on the SCA legislative priorities?
I just sent her my thoughts. It was all fine.
I know, but okay. Okay. I thought you might have had to change to it. That's what I was asking. Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Howe? Just asking if you have a report at all.
Oh, no. Sorry.
Very good.
Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Clark.
Yeah, I did get some information for the K4C that I can send you guys, the King County Cities Climate Collaboration. Fridays at 10 a.m. is the meeting, so I'll forward that all to you. Just ensuring, that we're not all there, I guess, we're, only max of 3, and kind of how to proceed for that. So that's all.
Oh, could you say that again? How many words is that?
Yeah, a lot of C's and 1 K. Yeah, kind of like our names on city council.
Councilmember Gamblin.
Nope, I'm good.
Councilmember Moran.
Nope, I got EMAC tomorrow morning, so I'll have a report next week.
Councilmember Trayton.
Yeah, so Amy, if you could cover on PIC, I probably am not going to be there tomorrow. And Friday they canceled the East Side Transportation Partnership meeting, so we'll be meeting Howe and Miss Deputy Mayor Clark will be meeting with staff coming up here. And then I apologize for being distracted there for a second. I just took a call from my niece and my my little brother just went in the hospital and he's in ICU and he's on oxygen and they ventilated him. And so I'm going to travel tomorrow. So I may not be available for the next couple of days while I take care of some family business. And so if you guys are of the spiritual nature and if you'd pray for my little brother, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
So sorry to hear that, Councilmember Trayton.
Yeah.
He's absolutely got my prayers.
And if you need anything.
Sorry, hard to follow on that, Councilmember Trayton. I do have a council report in there. There were some additional meetings. I forwarded on the information from the RTC orientation that I went through. I thought that was relative information for the council. I did subsequently have a meeting this morning with staff relative to RTC and caucus. So there'll be some staff members that kind of help support me in that role on RTC. I don't think there was anything else. That was it. Mr. City Manager, do you have a report?
Thank you, Mayor. No report tonight. Thank you.
I think we've run through the agenda, so I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you, guys.
Opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. Keep us posted. Okay.
Kent, I'm giving you a call.